Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee. My name is Councillor Tom Bennett. I'm one of the Vice Chairs of the Planning Applications Committee, and I will be chairing this evening's meeting. To my right are my fellow councillors, and it is the five of us who will be making the decisions tonight. Would you like to introduce yourselves, starting with Walla?
Councillor Walla Idris. I am from Brompton and Handstown.
Councillor Sam Mackover, Queensgate Ward.
Councillor Aryan Ariti from Holland Ward.
Councillor Issa from Colford Ward.
Thank you very much. And to my left are the officer team who will be presenting tonight's cases and advising us throughout the proceedings. And the officer team is led tonight by Fiona Ray. The first item of business is apologies for absence. I assume we don't have any apologies. No, we've got a full committee this evening. The next item is declarations of interest. Councillor Mackover.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Being in my ward, and I've spoken both to, for the Asa Briggs case, I've spoken both to residents in the course of my normal ward duties and also the applicant. Although I have not expressed full, strong opinions one way or the other, I think it's safer that I not sit for that meeting because I know people on both sides of it and have spoken to them about that application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Idris.
I have an item as the item PP 2304158, which is 16 Halsey Street. It's in my ward, but I haven't discussed it with anyone, so I have absolutely no reason to.
That's no problem at all. Thank you for mentioning that. And I know Councillor Issa mentioned that she has to step out for 15 minutes at 7 o'clock, which is not a problem. Just so everyone's aware, the quorum for a planning applications committee, the legal quorum, is 3 members. We try to have more than that wherever possible. So we will try and ensure that we stage the cases in such a way that we never have fewer than 4 people. But if we do end up with 3 for any reason, please be reassured that it does meet the legal quorum. The next item is minutes of the previous meeting on 25th of July. Members, it was circulated in advance. Are you happy for me to sign that? Yeah, all agreed? Yep. Thank you. So I'll just run through quickly the running order for this evening. We're starting with 48 Seymour Walk, then Asa Briggs Hall on Ansdell Street, 32 to 34 Earls Court Road, then 17 Arundel Gardens, then 63 Lansdowne Road, 16 Halsey Street, 117 Old Church Street, 16 Chepstow Crescent, 33 Addison Avenue. And I do apologise to members of the public. We always put cases with speakers up first so people don't have to wait so long. But we're in the unusual situation this evening when all cases but one, and I missed the one at the end, 9 Phillimore Terrace, final item, all cases but one have speakers. So I'm sorry to say some people will have to be waiting for a while, so my apologies for that. And the only change we might have is item 2 and item 3, depending what time we finish the first case and whether Councillor Issa is still with us or not. We might switch the order of those 2, but the rest will remain in the order I just stated. In which case we can proceed to the first item, which is number 48 Seymour Walk.
Thank you, Chairman. The proposal is for a new basement level under the footprint of the building with a light well at the front, an infill extension to replace a conservatory at the rear, some alterations to the garden levels and associated works. 48 Seymour Walk is located on the northeastern side of the road, close to the end of the cul-de-sac. The top picture shows the demolition. You can see where the existing conservatory is and will be demolished. It also shows some other associated demolition works. On the bottom is the location of the new infill extension, and you can also see the location of the front light well. The application would also widen the lower part of the garden, as can be seen in the bottom drawing, and there's some associated observations that will be clearer in other drawings later. The left picture shows the demolition of the conservatory again, and also where some stairs leading from the door in the closet wing down to the garden level would be demolished, and a small section of the existing closet wing also to be demolished. On the right, there's the new infill extension, and you can see the widening of the lower part of the garden area, and where the higher part will be raised to be in line with the foot of the door and the closet wing. It is a more modern extension than the existing conservatory, and houses on the terrace do generally have retained a more traditional conservatory, but given the discrete location between a closet wing and a high garden wall and a lower ground floor level, it wouldn't be seen apart from the most oblique views from neighbouring properties. The left picture shows where a window and part of the masonry would be demolished to make room for French doors within the existing light well, and below that, in the new basement level, there'd be French doors onto the new light well level. Again, on the left, you can see the demolition of the conservatory and the stairs leading from the closet wing, and on the right, the new infill and the new arrangement of the access from the rear closet wing down to the garden, the increasing size of the lower part of the garden. The proposal does put forward to increase the height of the existing lower ground floor by dropping the floor level by 0.5 of a metre to 2.5 metres. And for clarification, it shows the height of the new basement level, which would be 3 metres. This is the new basement level plan, again with the front light well on the left there and the French doors serving it that we saw in the front elevation drawing. And finally, just some pictures. Here's the front light well where the new light well would go down one extra level with a grille over the top. And on the right, the rear elevation, here's the garden stairs that will be demolished, and the conservatory, and you can see the discrete location with the closet wing and the height of the garden wall there. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. We have objectors and applicants registered for this case. I'll just go over quickly the rules for speaking. We have to be quite strict on time limits, and so sometimes I have to cut people off, and it looks quite rude, but obviously I don't mean to be rude. It's just if we're not strict on the time limits, then we can be challenged for not following the process properly. So if you hit your time limit, I will say time, and you can take 2 or 3 more seconds to finish your sentence, but any more than that, we'll have to sort of cut your microphone off, I'm afraid. So we have the objector speak first, and then the agent or the applicant speaks. We have 2 objectors registered for this case. Stuart Lyons and Councillor Rossi, are you both with us this evening? Hello. You have, Mr. Lyons, you have 3 minutes. Councillor Rossi, you have 2 minutes to speak. Who would like to speak first? Councillor Rossi. Bear with me 1 second. Councillor Rossi, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Before I get on to 48 Seymour Walk, I would like to pause for a second, because an accident happened in my ward yesterday in Gilston Road, just round the corner, involving a building falling down where a basement was being excavated. So we don't know the details of that yet, but many residents came up to me and said it was an accident waiting to happen, and others said that more accidents would happen in the future. This local authority knows that the worst can happen, and we should try and put the safety of our residents first. So to go on to 48 Seymour Walk, damage to neighbouring properties. The residents of Seymour Walk are well aware of damage that building basements can do. An earlier dig across the street caused significant damage to the next door house, meaning residents had to leave for over a year to get it sorted out. We talk about only looking at planning law, but there is a matrix of other departments in the council concerned with building works, including building control, the construction management team and highways, and there is a myriad of other concerns. It does not look good for a planning authority when its buildings fall down or when applications that it has passed cause considerable damage to neighbouring properties. So I go on to the depth of the excavation works. We have a policy of allowing only one basement, but this application asks for a lowering of the existing ground floor and then a further basement, estimated to be about 4.6 metres below the current lower ground floor level and to be 8 metres below the ground floor level. This surely is the height of 2 basements. Neighbours have gone to the expense and trouble of having a geotechnical survey done, but the developers have resisted any attempts to talk with their neighbours about this proposal.
I have to stop you there, Councillor Rossi. Sorry, that's 2 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
though.
my final statement will be, we need to have, if this is passed, we need a very good construction traffic management plan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lyons, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Just picking up what Councillor Rossi has said. Permission was given some time ago for a basement 3 metres deep. This proposal is 4 metres, 4.6 metres if you include the formation level. The idea is to steal depth, not by the 0.5 metres just mentioned to you by the planning officer, but it's 0.78 of a metre. This is 2 additional levels, and the reference is Axiom Structures drawing number 22109 ASL DRS 0200 page 2. General policy should be subjected to particular risk assessment. We've got a fragile 1820s terrace. Each dwelling supports and is supported by its neighbours. It's built on shallow footings with a high water table and mobile gravels. The ground is so unstable that even the developer's borehole collapsed, both during drilling and after completion. The evidence is there in their log. Yesterday there was the major collapse at 14 Gilston Road, just a couple of streets away. It took several hours for the emergency services to rescue a traumatized workman with a trapped leg. The developers have hidden behind a party wall surveyor who claims that none of the protections given to residents is binding. In a series of emails to me, she's disregarded the procedures of the Party Wall Act, the principle of disclosure set out in case law. She dismisses the government guidance booklet, the RBKC planning policies having no legal force. She ignores the supplementary planning document and its checklist, which states that dialogue with neighbours is essential and that applicants must provide a contact email address. My invitations to meet her, and they've been several, have fallen on deaf ears, and my request for the applicant's email address met with a flat refusal. So I appointed a geotechnical consultant with a PhD and 26 years professional experience to give an expert and independent view. I beg you to read his letter, which the officers have in their possession, but have not referred to. It is thorough, it is damning, and it contains an authoritative rebuttal of the cosy concurrence of paragraphs 611, 612, and 613 of the planning report. In these paragraphs, the officers have accepted assurances from financially interested parties without due diligence, without independent risk assessment, without regard to the evidence of an expert professional. Dr. Smith dismisses the officer's claim in para 7.2 that instability and structural damage falls outside their remit. That cannot be a tenable planning view. Not our problem. Wait until the terrace starts collapsing and then take the developers to court. Dr. Smith has concluded, on the basis of the information I reviewed, and
If
the
you could
geological
just conclude with
conditions
the
shown to be
sentence,
present,
that would be great. Thank you.
this involves an acceptable risk of damage to both the property concerned and to neighbouring structures.
Thank you very much. Are we joined by Tracy Rust and Alan Bowling for the applicant? Yes, hello, welcome. You have 5 minutes between you, same as the objectors, so which you can share between the two of you whenever you're ready.
Thank you. The development under consideration is not out of the ordinary, but rather one that is not dissimilar to numerous applications the Royal Borough have approved in recent times. The drawings and extensive supporting material submitted with the application clearly demonstrate the proposal is in compliance with development plan policies, and this is reaffirmed in your officer's report recommending the application for approval. The purpose of a construction method statement and any structural information is to satisfy the council that suitably
Sorry, could you move the microphone a bit closer to your mouth?
Sorry.
Yeah. And Councillor Rossi, could you turn your microphone off? Sorry, I'll add 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. The purpose of a construction method statement and any structural information is to satisfy the council that suitably qualified engineers have been involved in the early stages of the design process and can demonstrate that such development can be carried out without causing structural instability to the existing building or neighbouring structures. As your officer's report comments, the council is limited in its powers with regard to structural matters, which are principally controlled by other statutory regimes, such as the Building Regulations and the Party Wall Act. Notwithstanding this, Basement Policy CL7 requires development to safeguard the structural stability of the building and any neighbouring structures, and to that end, the CMS prepared by consulting engineers demonstrates the development can be carried out without significant risk to the structural stability of the application property and neighbouring structures. I think we're all aware that construction works and building operations in whatever shape or form can be disruptive to local residents. Basement Policy CL7 was first introduced in the 2015 local plan and was born out of concern from local residents across the borough as a result of an influx of basement applications. The policy is not designed to prevent basement development, but to permit such development where it complies with a number of criteria set out in the policy, which also seeks to afford a level of protection to local residents during construction works, insofar as it can under the provisions of the Planning Acts. In granting basement development or other significant works, a number of conditions are always imposed to help alleviate the impact of construction works on the day-to-day living conditions of local residents, including the requirement of a traffic management plan, which must demonstrate construction traffic would not have an unacceptable impact on the local road network or highway safety. As your officer's report advises, no objection is raised from the Directorate of Transportation and Highways, subject to a condition requiring the submission of a final construction traffic management plan to be approved prior to the commencement of development. And I think just to conclude there, that we trust that you will agree with your officer's recommendation to grant planning permission subject to the conditions set out in your officer's report. I don't know whether the structural engineer, whether you want to say anything further.
Yeah, I'll just pick up a couple of points, if that's okay.
Yep, you have another just under 2 minutes left. Thank you very much. So we now proceed to questions to the objectors and/or applicants or agents from the committee. Colleagues, who would like to go first? Yes, Councillor Isse. Sorry, one second. We just have a slight technical issue here, that my microphone won't turn off and everyone else's won't turn on.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And my question is to Stuart Lyons. You object this proposal because you also mentioned the basement goes beyond RBKC policy, which has risk, and you mentioned also drainage not addressed. So, and how can, what evidence you have that drainage was not addressed?
Could you repeat that final sentence? Whatever, just for my benefit, what evidence do you have that what is at risk? Oh, the drainage. Sorry, thank you.
I didn't catch the question, Chairman.
The summary of the question is, what evidence do you have that drainage is an issue? And I think that probably covers flooding in general.
Dr. Smith's report covers flooding as well as every other aspect. His professional view is that there is a serious risk of flooding because of the high water table and the mobile gravels, and that in the process of putting in an ultra-deep basement, the water is inevitably going to be shifted to either side, which will further destabilize the ground in the terrace, which the boreholes already show is unstable. Does that answer the question? The evidence is there.
Yes.
The evidence is in Dr. Smith's report, which I do hope the councillors will read.
Yeah, no, we have it in our pack, so we have read that. Thank you. Councillor Mack, over.
Question to the objectors, and just let me know about this number of meters of depth. I'm looking at the plan in our proposed section. I can see a lower ground floor. Did you mention that is the lower ground floor original to these houses, or was there some form of planning that enabled that lower ground floor to be built? And obviously the basement I can't see, and I will ask officers this later, but for the exact measurements of the basement depth. But yeah, just let me know, are the lower ground floors in these buildings original? Like, you'll know the road, obviously, because a number of things have been built there.
To the best of my knowledge, the lower ground floor in that house was put in shortly after 1948. And I've been a visitor to that house, and they have a ceiling and dining room with an acceptable height. I'm not allowed to bring papers to your attention, but here's the drawing which I referred to, and what it shows is that there is a significant excavation under the kitchen floor to deeper the kitchen floor, and then below that there's an enormously high basement going in under that. And given the nature of the ground conditions at Seymour Walk, we believe very strongly that
I'm just being. Thank you. I get all that. It was just your statement on the heights, and I'll pick that up with officers. But thank you very much for that.
Councillor Oretti.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to Mr. Bowling about the objector raised a point about the flooding issue, which you probably heard. I see the SUDS report, but I'm not sure if there's a flooding report that's been done, and would your applicant be willing to do flip walls for the flooding, or is there any plan for that in order to mitigate that flooding? Thanks.
Is that right? Yeah, so two things on the flooding. There is a separate sustainable urban drainage design report, which was conducted by a different engineering firm, and that picks up how to deal with surface water flooding. I think Mr. Lyons' point was in relation to groundwater. So if you look at the historical boreholes for the area, the groundwater tends to be around, well, so number 11, Seymour Walk, hit no groundwater on the 5th in May 2017. No groundwater in the borehole for number 9, Seymour Walk, on January the 4th, 2014. 22 Seymour Walk hit groundwater at 42.5 metres. This is above ordnance datum, so if you imagine sea level, yeah. 25
Sorry,
Seymour Walk.
just very quickly, if you're going to be
No.
quoting above sea level, we need to know the context of what
Okay.
ground level is on that street.
Yeah, so ground level, sorry, I have it somewhere, is, so pavement level is about 50 metres above sea level. So basically, I guess, in short, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 boreholes done on the street. 3, 4. 4 of them hit no water.
What's
2
the closest to number 50 out of the 7?
So 48 Seymour Walk, yeah. So we had 2 boreholes done there. The first one, they said they had small seepage at 46.4 metres. And then when they went back a month later, the water in the borehole was 43 metres. So that is basement formation level, 43 metres. So, and that was done in February 23, which is generally what we would consider to be the worst time of the year to test for groundwater.
Okay, but just to continue on that, there was small seepage at 46.4, which is 3.6 metres beneath pavement level.
Yes.
And I appreciate on another occasion there was no groundwater recorded, but these things fluctuate. So what, as I understand, our policy requires a betterment of the situation where there is any flooding risk. So what measures are being put in place to improve the resilience to flooding?
Can I answer that for you? There
Please
is actually a condition attached to the recommendation to grant. It's condition 8, I'll leave my glasses, which relates to sustainable urban drainage. And the condition is, during construction of the development hereby permitted, if of course it is, the submitted sustainable urban drainage system shall be fully implemented and maintained thereafter. So, in essence, therefore, a drainage strategy has been submitted to the council. Your officers have seen it and are satisfied with it, and hence the condition to ensure that that sustainable drainage system is put in, basically. Thank
Okay,
you.
so do you have, what are the main elements of that system?
I'm afraid
You
I'm
don't
not
have
the
this. Okay.
flood risk.
Well, that's
I
something
can't
we
help
can
you
maybe
there.
follow up with an officers in
Yes.
the next section. Colleagues, other questions? Yes, Councillor Issa?
Yeah, a question also to the applicant and one to the officer. And sorry. And my question to the applicant is, objectors, they mentioned this will cause structural damage due to earth movements. How can you mitigate with that? And my question to officer also.
Well, we'll come back to officers later. So, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, the design is based on providing a robust monolithic concrete structure directly beneath the existing footings. We've had trial pits done on those existing foundations, and they are the old Victorian masonry corbel. I would say that the proposal is very typical of a modern basement construction. It's reinforced concrete, which contains steel beams, which help provide a rigid structure to, mitigate any potential movement.
And to what extent does that take into account the issues we've heard around the shallow foundations and the lack of potential stability in neighbouring properties? Have the neighbouring properties been assessed as well?
We haven't been into the neighbouring properties. We've done a survey externally on the footpath to review them. There's no sign of movement or cracking visually at the moment. What we'd expect is a robust temporary works, which is proposed, and you dig down in 1 metre sections. As you dig down and form these underpins, they will be formed onto a firmer soil, which is at a deeper depth. As you progress down through the ground generally gets harder and stronger. So by providing this modern foundation, we'll be in fact strengthening these footings.
Thank you. And one more question to Mr. Lyons regarding the construction method statement. So I know a draft one has been reviewed by officers already, but the sort of final construction method statement would need to be approved to convince officers that construction can take place safely before it began. Does that give you any reassurance, and if not, why not?
It doesn't reassure me because the officers so far have shown that they are not listening. I've had no opportunity to talk to the developer because they've refused to talk to me. I haven't been able to share my concerns with them. And my consultant says that the CMS that he has seen is full of methodological flaws. It's full of errors. It doesn't give specific examples where specific examples are required. And what I've just heard does not reassure me at all.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask one more question to the applicant. In terms of level of engagement, presumably engagement with neighbours can only improve the quality of a CMS or indeed a CTMP. What efforts to engage have you made, and why has there not been greater engagement with neighbours?
I do believe Mr. Bolin has already said that there has been some engagement with party wall surveyors. But putting that to one side, your officer's report in the informatives have recommended, I've made a note of this somewhere, that with the final construction traffic management plan, that there are additional requirements that will be necessary in that final document, and those include engagement with neighbours and local residents. And that must be carried out and the evidence produced with this final CTMP to be submitted and approved by the council before any works commence.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any more questions, or we'll move on to the next section of the meeting? Yeah.
Yeah, my question to the officer.
Just 1 second, I just want to make it clear to everyone here what's happening. So we now move to the next section of the meeting where members of the committee can ask officers questions. So that means we can have no further engagement with either objectors or applicants, no matter how much we might want to. That section of the meeting is now closed. So questions to officers. Councillor Isse.
Thank you, Chair. And it was mentioned suspension of parking pavements. How many pavements it will affect this construction? Parking pavement suspension.
Parking bay suspension, how many will be suspended effectively?
So the CTMP recommends 3 parking bay suspensions, a total of 18 metres. As part of the informative that was just mentioned, highways officers have stated that that is too much, and we'd expect to see 2 parking bay suspensions, maximum of 10 metres. which we think is possible. Yeah, three bays are proposed, but we'd want to see 2.
Councillor Idris and then Councillor Oretti.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, did the original house have a lower ground, or was the lower ground added after the house was built?
And I'm just going to add to that, if I may, because the basement policy says 1 additional story.
Yeah.
So if the original lower ground is, if the lower ground is not original, how does that affect our reading of the basement policy? Could you clarify, please?
So the lower ground floor is considered as the prevailing ground level. So whether it's an additional story or not, we would only account it as an additional basement level if it was beneath a previous basement level, but we would regard this as the prevailing ground floor. It's quite often the case where the level, the pavement is 1 story higher than the level at the rear garden. So it doesn't have to, there's nothing that says the prevailing ground floor is the level of the pavement. The level with the garden at the rear is considered as much as the prevailing ground floor as it would be at the front.
Okay, then to clarify in my mind, what year was the house built?
Do we have that information?
I haven't got that information.
We don't
Because
have that information.
according to residents, the basement or the lower ground was built in the 1940s. So I'm assuming the house was built a little bit earlier than that?
Very likely, but the policy, the preamble of the basements policy.
Because if the house was built in the 1800s or before the lower ground, and the lower ground was added, then that's the basement, in my mind.
Can you just clarify the wording of the policy?
I'll just very quickly jump in there. So in terms of what's original to the house, we go back to the Town and Country Planning Act of 1948. So anything that was there at the point where planning existed or started would be classed as original. And this lower ground floor is original to that house as we have assessed it.
My second question is, sorry, Chair.
But just if Councillor Mackover had a question on the same point.
On the same, but
It was exactly my question. I'm thinking about that answer, and I'm also reflecting on what the objector said about the date that the basement had a permission to be added. And I don't see anything which says that we've actually searched the records here to say if permission was granted, then that is a previous permission, which would mean that that becomes the basement level, and then an additional basement level is out of policy. So that may be exactly what Councillor Idris was going to say as well.
Okay, so your understanding is that this lower ground floor never required permission, was never granted permission, was, as far as we can possibly tell or reasonably tell, was there in 1948 and therefore has to be considered the prevailing level. Am I summarising that correct?
Yeah, there's no evidence that there was permission granted, and I think we're falling back onto the wording of the policy here, which is basements, any basement level created before or prior to, I think it's the 1st of July 1948. Regardless, we wouldn't consider this as a basement level, regardless of the year it was built. It would be classed as what we refer to as a lower ground floor level because it does exit at ground floor level.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, other questions? Yes, Councillor Oretti.
Thank you, Chairman. 2 questions quickly. Ben, if you could, just for clarity for the applicant and the objectors, so the basement policy that we spoke about, this will qualify as CL Policy 7. It doesn't breach.
That's correct, yes.
Right. Okay. The second question, Code of Construction Practice. I know the Sustainable SUDS report would that qualify, well, would that give us the drainage impact, the flooding and the drainage impact within that report? Is that a special report that we can enforce in the construction?
So there was a SUDS report submitted with the application. We're not conditioning any additional information regarding SUDS. Unusually, in this instance, the SUDS information was supplied up front, whereas we do normally condition that, and it was quite robust. Apologies. It proposed cavity drainage system, increased permeable surfaces, and a cellular storage crate, which would store runoff water and release it to the public sewer, all of which is at least in line with what our requirement is, if not more so.
I have a question, or a couple of questions on the construction method statement. So, as I understand, a draft CMS has been seen by officers. Is that finalised now, or is that still pending final approval on condition?
There's no recommended condition for a further CMS. It's not standard practice to go for a final CMS. It's not an approved document.
Okay, so effectively, sort of according to the report, a CMS has been reviewed and deemed acceptable. There have, of course, then been a number of issues, and I won't go through all of them. We've heard a number of them tonight. But a number of issues raised with that CMS by the objectors and by the expert hired by the objectors. Is, just so I understand, are we saying, or is the sort of the basis for the recommendation that we have reviewed all of those objections and actually believed them not to be genuine or not to be relevant, or is it that we're saying, look, they may have objections, but ultimately we need to trust the professional opinion of the qualified engineer who submitted the CMS, and therefore we take them on their sort of qualified word, and we don't try and sort of compare the two different opinions and take a position on which one's correct?
That's right. We're not structural engineers, and our powers are limited with regards to the construction phase of any development. There was a very robust rebuttal of the CMS proposed, and you'll see that the application is quite old. It's a few months old, and part of that reason was so I, as the delegated officer, could go through that rebuttal, because yes, we do take the word of the structural engineer, but we want to make sure that there are no obvious errors, so some extra time was taken to go through that, and the applicant did provide a further rebuttal, which I don't think is part of this, but it was really for officers' peace of mind that there was no obvious errors, and that was the decision that was made.
Okay, I understand. So we're happy, or officers are happy, there's no obvious errors, but in terms of where there's a difference of opinion, you're saying it's not really for us to as the planning authority, to adjudicate between that. Is that?
Yeah, that's 100% correct.
Okay. And then the other question is on the CTMP, so which is conditioned, the final CTMP. We've already mentioned some changes that need to take place. There's also a CTMP, a model CTMP that residents have outlined, so have drawn up in the past. Do you have any knowledge of, perhaps I should have asked earlier, but why the model CTMP hasn't been adopted and whether we could condition that?
It's just there's no requirement in policy for that to happen. They can be useful documents, especially when local knowledge is provided, but if the fundamentals and the methodology of the CTMP proposed is, well, it only has to be acceptable in principle because we condition a final CTMP, then and that's important. The applicant is free to consider the model CTMP, but there's no requirement to use it in policy.
Okay, so, I mean, we could potentially ask the CTMP to come back to a future committee if we're concerned. Colleagues, other questions? Councillor Mackover.
I've got difficulty in coming to a conclusion on this case because I'm hung up on, and it's the first time this has actually come up in sort of 10 years of me being on planning committees, if we've heard directly from an objector that they believe that a basement was added in 1948, and we don't have an exact date, and we don't have evidence before us on that, that would mean that this application would not meet the policy test because this would be a second basement. Officers have said there is no evidence, but we've now been told by an objector that of what they believe is the case. My difficulty is I'd like to know if there was something. I know we can't talk to the objector at this stage of it, but if the objector had evidence of when in 1948 this application or permission was given, that would mean that this basement may or may not be in policy at all, and that's why I'd have a difficulty voting on it. Apologies to take time, I know it's an incredibly long evening, but on that particular point, I haven't got the information to make a decision, whatever the merits of the case.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Just sorry to jump in. The supporting documents I've just been having a look at again, and it does confirm within the submission the house was built circa 1850. And looking on Google Earth again, all the properties along Seymour Walk have a lower ground floor level. I'd be very surprised if every single one of them had a lower ground floor level added at any point after 1948. We've also had other basements approved along Seymour Walk. So that's informed our decision or our recommendation to you this evening. And I'd be, based on my knowledge of the borough, I believe it is original to the property, that lower ground floor level.
I suppose also the fact that basements have been granted along there means there is clear precedence of deeming the lower ground floor to be the prevailing level.
Thank you, that clarifies it for me, thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? I'd also appreciate your thoughts on bringing the CTMP back to a future committee if we were to approve, based on the fact that there's still quite a bit of work to be done on it.
Yeah, I would bring back, it is one of the hardest, it's a very difficult position and a very difficult road, and I think that would be helpful if there are any questions that aren't answered on it. Then this would be the chance to.
So just to make it clear to people what that would mean is if we vote in favour of granting planning, that could not be carried out until a CTMP came back to this committee, was deemed acceptable by this committee, whoever's sitting on it that night, and therefore that would release that condition, but construction couldn't begin until that condition was released. So could we add that as or amend that CTMP condition, please, that it would come back to committee? Yes, Councillor Reti. Yeah, I don't think we need to propose it, do we? We just add it.
When you've finished your deliberations, you can vote, including that we add an informative to make that clear.
Yeah. And
then we'll take that instruction.
Yeah, okay. Colleagues, any other comments? No, I mean, in terms of whether a basement of this size on this street can be safely built, I have no hesitation saying I have no opinion on that. I'm completely unqualified to have an opinion. We've got some sort of differing views, but I think it is important we remember the advice from officers as a planning authority. We're not building control. Our purview over construction methods and stability only goes so far, and it has been sort of the well-established case that an approved CMS, requiring an approved CMS, is as far as we can stretch it. So whilst relevant doubts have been raised, I don't think we can. My personal opinion is we can't get too involved in picking apart a CMS if it has been deemed acceptable. Any other thoughts? No. Okay. In which case, we'll proceed to a vote. I just want to be clear that we've added that condition, or the informative to amend that condition, that a future CTMP must come back to committee. The recommendation is to grant planning. Start with my closest, Councillor Idris. In favour or against?
Against.
Against. Councillor Mackover? In favour. Councillor Areti?
In favour, Chairman.
In favour. Councillor Isay?
Favour.
In favour. And I'm also in favour, so that is granted 4-1. Right. Councillor Isay needs to leave us for 15 minutes, in which case I apologise to everyone here to speaking on Asa Briggs, but we're just going to switch number 3 and number 2 to ensure that we can have more people on the committee for each case. So we're going to hear next 32 to 34 Earls Court Road.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to draw members' attention to the addendum report, which includes an amendment to one of the proposed residential units, previously from a 4-bed unit to a 3-bed unit. So the application site is located on the corner of the Earls Court Road and 1-4 Pembroke Place. The existing site is comprised of a retail unit, residential use, and office use. Planning permission is sought for the partial demolition of the existing 2-storey building and its replacement with a 4-storey building at 32 Earls Court Road and 2-storey buildings along 1-4 Pembroke Place with a mansard roof extension. The proposals would provide 4 residential units. The retail unit at the ground floor level would be reduced slightly but retained, and the office space would be lost. This slide shows the existing elevation fronting the Earls Court Road. This slide shows the existing elevation along 1-4 Pembroke Place. This slide shows the proposed elevation and the replacement 4-storey building with the new shop front, and also includes a chamfered corner. And this elevation is along 1-4 Pembroke Place and shows the 3 new residential units with the mansard roof extension. This slide shows the existing basement level, and this slide shows the existing ground floor plan, which shows the layout, including the existing shop retail unit at the ground floor level, along with the residential use and the office space at number 4 Pembroke Place. The proposals would increase the basement floor by approximately 14 square metres to provide additional retail space associated with the shop unit. And this slide shows the proposed ground floor plan, which retains the retail use at 32 Earls Court Road and includes residential uses throughout. This slide shows the proposed first floor plan showing the residential uses across the site. And this slide shows the proposed second floor plan. And just to draw members' attention to number 4 Pembroke Place, which now shows a study room instead of a bedroom. This slide shows the proposed third floor plan, which includes the residential use at 32 Earls Court Road at the upper floor levels of the building, along with the mansard roof extension. And this is the proposed roof plan, which shows a green roof, solar panels, and air source heat pumps. I've included this slide, which shows a proposed section of the uses, which show the retail uses at the ground floor level and then residential throughout. And just to draw members' attention to the key, which shows number 4 Pembroke Place as having being a 4-bed unit, but it's now a 3-bed unit. This is the proposed elevation showing the views from Pembroke Place and the design. And this is the proposed south elevation, which includes an additional window at the rear elevation and solar panels along the southern face of the mansard roof. And these are some visuals to show what the proposed development would look like. Another visual. And this includes an aerial view of the site, which shows the proximity to the dwellings along Pembroke Place, and also shows the Odeon development site opposite. And I've included these slides for information purposes, as there was a previous refusal at this site, which is a material consideration. So this is just included for information. And I've also included a section from the daylight and sunlight assessment for information as well. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've got 4 objectors registered to speak on this. Just 2. Okay. So could you just let me know who's speaking, please? Anna Vikniakova and Judy Edwards. Thank you very much. And the other people who are registered to speak can participate in the sort of question and answer later if you wish to. Right, you have 3, give me 1 second, 3 minutes between you, and so please start whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to represent Pembroke Place Residents Association, and it's probably helpful context for you because it's a very small cul-de-sac. It's about 30 houses. It's an incredible local community with elderly people, with families, with children. The site that you saw on the very helpful pictures that the councillor showed us shows you that we have one entrance and exit into the cul-de-sac, and it's a very significant development for us on the left-hand side as you enter Pembroke Place. And this development will have a profound impact on our daily life. Now, this has been going on for a long time. As you said, that there was a refused application. We've had multiple attempts to engage with the developer, and we've never had a proper dialogue. The bottom line is that this application is not very different at all to the one that has been rejected. And we have a number of quite material objections that we hope are planning objections. First and foremost, it's the conservation area. And as such, this site has to be treated appropriately. So maybe the first point is around the red brick building on the corner, which is not in keeping with the site. It is not of high design quality. And particularly the top addition to it, which hides some of the plant and solar panels, just doesn't fit with anything at all, and visually looks significantly bigger than the small mansard on the left of it. It's a bit of an escalation of height, I suppose, that we've seen all along Earls Court Road, but what it means for us is a real sense of enclosure as you enter Pembroke Place. On the design quality, of course, it is a subjective point, but from the planning perspective, it has to be said that it's meant to enhance the conservation area. It's meant to make things better, and it really doesn't. There is a point here around various reports that have been done, one around the living conditions, one around the noise, and one we'll talk about later is the CTMP. None of them have sufficient detail, and it causes us a real problem because these reports, for example, show some rooms that are not compliant with the BRE standards, and nothing is being done about that. The noise report doesn't talk about the detail about the plant and potential noise that will come from it. And in general, if we look at this application, the quality of it is very low, and the level of detail is widely insufficient for a development of this size and scale. We're very concerned about the impact it's going to have on us, and really ask you to refuse it.
Thanks, Anna. Traffic management plan, your highways department says it's inadequate. It's hugely inadequate. We have a very narrow single track road into Pembroke Place with very narrow pavements. We've already lost a lot of the pavement on one side, all the pavement on one side with the Odeon development. This will take us out. We not only have the security of Pembroke Place, but the school behind us, it's their emergency access. So we're extremely concerned about that.
The other points we're going to have to come to on questions, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you. For the applicant, we have 3 people down to speak. Where are we? Hello. Who will be speaking this evening? Just you, and you are?
Stuart Bailey. Knight Frank.
Stuart Bailey, yeah. Okay, Mr. Bailey, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, for the opportunity to speak to you in favour of our application tonight. I'm Stuart Bailey, Head of Planning Consultancy at Knight Frank, and with me this evening are Mr. Sina and Mr. Charlambos of Embus Land Limited, who are the applicants. We're here to take questions if the committee chooses to ask us those questions. My client, Embus Land Limited, has been engaged with the site since 2020. Over a period of 4 years, they've engaged with the local planning authority and sought to bring a scheme forward. The most recent refusal in September 2022 resulted in Mr. Sina contacting Knight Frank to come in and help resolve some of the outstanding planning issues. Those issues related to loss of the small unviable office space, the housing mix of the scheme submitted at that time, and some relatively minor design considerations, but mindful that this is a site within the conservation area. And of course to continue to engage with the local planning authority, which we have done so. In planning terms, this site has some challenges due to its location, its configuration, and its proximity to a range of neighbours, including the recent residential extensions at 36 Earls Court Road. But it is a corner plot that should be relatively straightforward to build out through carefully managed construction and management plans. We respect that some of the neighbours have concerns. They've witnessed ongoing demolition and construction on the Odeon site. However, this current scheme does not provide adequate residential accommodation. It's not to a high standard, and the small office space is unviable. The retail unit has been closed and needs to be reopened. These units, through this scheme, all these functions will be brought back into reuse, but we acknowledge that there are objections, and we've worked hard to respond to those from the previous application, but also working with officers to address everything robustly, and the planning requirements of RBKC have been brought into this scheme. We've refined the design and we've addressed all of the previous reasons for refusal. The application before you will result in 4 quality new homes, where currently there are only 2. This includes townhouse and a larger duplex-style flat, both suitable for family accommodation, and 2 smaller flats suitable for 1- and 2-person accommodation. It is a sensitive expansion within the site, which you will understand has been through multiple iterations, reducing significantly the scale, the bulk, and the massing of what was originally proposed on the site. And the development now minimises the impact on surrounding residents and achieves a design solution that is complementary to the conservation area. It also provides an element of natural surveillance on what is a somewhat dead space at the entrance to Pembroke Place currently. We've worked really hard in close consultation with planning, design, heritage and policy officers to reach what we believe is an excellent infill development solution on a brownfield site, providing much needed housing as a range of sizes within the scheme. We therefore respectfully request that the committee accepts the officer recommendation to approve the application before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, Councillor Idris.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the applicant. The solar panels, are they visible from the street?
Apologies. No, it's not. There is a parapet, and the solar panels and the air source heat pump is behind that parapet.
And on your roof garden, are you considering pollinators by any chance?
It hasn't been specified in detail yet, but we would consider all ecological enhancements that we could get in that little roof.
Thank you. Because in this council, we actually promote pollinators as much as possible. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Oretti.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to Ms. Vishnukova, who's representing your residents. I understand number 34 has the similar proposed height of number 32, 30, well, could be 36, I believe. I've read one of your residents' objections, especially from number 5 all the way to number 9. They probably have spoken to you. Is the major concern about the light, or is the concern about the view?
No, the major concern is enclosure. So in the same way that a trail finder's application was rejected by the council recently, the building for number 4 Pembroke Place that they're proposing is right up against numbers 5 through 7. So again, you didn't see it on any of the pictures, but literally a couple of foot from the existing buildings, they're building up much higher than the existing 2-storey. We were hoping they would go down to 2-storey as it is now. Otherwise, it'll be right up against the windows at the back of 5 to 7 Pembroke Place. That was the point I didn't get to earlier, sorry.
Is that 4 and 2, is that commercial or is that residential?
No, residential houses, yes. So Pembroke Place has all housing in it after this development where the office is.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman, I'll ask the officer about the light thing anyway. Thank you for that.
I had a question for the applicant about the previous refusal in the planning history. Can you just talk us through the difference between this one and the refused application?
Yes. Back in May 2022, we submitted a pre-application consultation whereby we reduced dramatically the bulk, but we actually had to add the mansard in the lower part, closer to the Pembroke Place properties, because we had to make the scheme viable. And we had an original kind of advice from the council that it should echo the approved development opposite the street, the Pembroke Place, which had full 3-storey houses. But because we didn't want to impose on the nearby properties, we chose to actually have just a mansard there. So that happened in May 2022. We submitted the application in September, but we were told that there were some, what we understood, minor issues with the application, and that's why it was refused.
Just to clarify on the minor issues, Chair, they largely related to a lift shaft that was on the roof, or lift overrun. That's now been removed. The window sizes were deemed not to be suitable in the conservation area. That's now been addressed. The window sizes in the mansard have been reduced. There was a lack of sufficient evidence provided with the last application about the loss of office. That has now been addressed with the technical report that the officers are satisfied with. And I think that is all the key issues that we addressed from the previous committee.
Okay, so that covers all the reasons for refusal. Yeah. And then the other question is, could you respond to the points made by objectors about the now addition of that mansard and the overlooking or sense of enclosure issue with regard to the 2-storey neighbouring residential property, and why you believe that that's acceptable?
We have made the mansard with a double pitch, so that we actually recess it further back from the away from the properties. So it's the best we could do to address this matter. In that particular location, if we would not have anything there, we just wouldn't be able to offer the townhouse as a residential development proposal.
And I think just to add to that, the image that the officer showed at the end of her presentation does show the difference between the Earls Court Road end of the site and the Pembroke Place, and it is the 4-storey element is significantly further away from the Pembroke Place properties that are being referred to. So I think that image is helpful in that context. the officer could perhaps show that if that's...
Bring that image up.
That one, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see the properties on the Pembroke Place Square, essentially, at the far end in brown, with our site extending with a sort of townhouse-style development at 2 stories with the mansard, and then obviously the taller element at the front on Earls Court Road.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go back to the objectors quickly. Do you think that image shows the point you were trying to make, or not?
Yes, partly. You can see the white end of 4 Pembroke Places right up against the back of numbers, and it's not just that first house, there's 3 houses, 5, 6 and 7 Pembroke Place. They're right up against it. As I say, further on down, behind 9, 10 and 11 Pembroke Place, this council rejected a similar request for a height there on the basis of enclosure. So that's why we think it's inappropriate. And Anna, you were going to say?
I also wanted to make, can you hear me? I wanted to make a point about the Earls Court Road building. You can see quite clearly how much bigger it is than the buildings on the left-hand side of it. So this addition on the top that is there to hide the planting is actually incredibly prominent. And as you can see, the building on the left doesn't have anything at that level. It has a small mansard setback, and the building to the left again doesn't have that level at all. So in terms of massing on Earls Court Road, this building is 1 story too high. And if you can imagine where you can now see the black fence, once the Odeon development is finished, there's a relatively tall building going on the right-hand side of that, which will create a real effect of a tunnel. Right, to get into the square, you will have to go on a single lane road that used to have 2 relatively short buildings on either side that are now for some reason having a 4-story building on the left and a 3-story building on the right. So what you're not seeing here is the height that is going to be where the black fence is once that development is complete.
Which is only 3 stories.
Right, okay. So got it. The one that hasn't been built yet is 3
yes,
stories.
Yes, that one will
Understood.
be 3 stories, and this
Okay.
one is 4 on the right.
Yep, understood. Yes, Councillor Reti.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Just adding on to that, to the objectives, would you be happy if the height doesn't exceed was it 36, the trail finders? Would you be happy with that if you were to approve? I understand your concern is the extra height.
Meaning if you took 1 story off, would we
Yes,
be happy
yeah,
with that?
yeah.
Yes.
1 story off the corner and 1 story off number 4 Pembroke Place, so that it's the same height as it is now and not enclosing 5 to 7 Pembroke Place.
I'm just going to interject here. I think what we're talking about is probably too great a change to secure by condition.
Yeah, I get. No,
So
I just wanted to ask
it
their
would,
opinion.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
I mean, we can discuss it, but I think that something like that, if the height was unacceptable, we'd have to refuse it. We couldn't condition 1 story to be taken off.
Chairman, if I may ask, is there another angle that you can show that one? Okay, all right, thanks.
Colleagues, any other questions to objectors or applicants? No, okay. In which case, thank you all very much. We now move to the next section of the meeting. Questions to officers? Yes, Councillor Idris.
Thank you. My question is relating to pollinators again, and I was wondering, are we now recommending for any new greening to include pollinators as per our planning local plan?
We could include an informative, should permission be granted, to see if the applicant would be willing to include pollinators on the green roof.
Okay. Thank you. And my other question is the question I asked earlier about the solar panels. We're positive the solar panels are not visible from. I can't see them from here, but still, with the planning, they are,
or at least from public views.
Yeah.
Yes. So the solar panels that would be on the 4-story development would be so high up that they wouldn't be visible from public views, and the parapet would help to obscure those views. And there's also a condition recommended in the report for details of the solar panels to be submitted to and approved by the council before that part of the work can commence.
And are we satisfied there is no overlooking? You can't avoid the sense of enclosure because it seems like with the size of the building, but overlooking, are we satisfied? No, there
Yes,
isn't.
so if I go back to the aerial view, that's quite helpful if I can, yeah, this one. So the new windows would be at the front elevation, so facing onto the Odeon development site where there are already existing windows at all levels of the Muse properties. And there are 2 additional windows proposed at the back. I don't know if you can see the cursor, so around here. And there will be 2 far away from other properties to look directly in. There are no proposed windows on the side elevation facing towards Pembroke Place.
So the new 2 proposed ones would be overlooking to the back, which is
Yes.
which is Pembroke Place 5 to whatever.
Yes, they would be looking towards the back, not towards Pembroke Place.
In the plan, what sort of windows are there? I mean,
There's only window. Am I right in saying there's only windows on the bottom?
Yes.
For in this
I'll
photo,
just-
the bottom part, which
Yeah,
doesn't
so
have
if you
overlooking.
can see here, they're just those 2 windows at the southern elevation facing towards the back, and then there are additional windows at the front elevation. So along Pembroke Place with the dormer windows on the mansard roof.
If you just go quickly to the west elevation, just to make the point clear.
Yep, so there's no windows proposed on the side facing Pembroke Place.
No. Just on the south side, not on the west side. Okay. And on the point of sense of enclosure,
Yep.
so 2 questions on that. The first one is, I just want to make completely clear that we're saying it's not that there is an issue with sense of enclosure, but on balance, because of the benefits, the application as a whole is acceptable.
Yeah.
We're saying on that point individually, there's no unacceptable sense of enclosure.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then the second point as to why that is a large part of that, you're saying because the mansard's set back, that has less of effect than if it was
Yes, so as the mansard is set back and slopes away from the neighbouring properties, officers took the view that it wouldn't create a harmful sense of enclosure. And it's also important to note that the previous application was not refused on sense of enclosure, as in the most recent one. And it was for a similar sort of scale of development.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any other questions on that? No. Okay. Well, I think we do, of course, aim to be consistent in decision making, and I think the point that sense of enclosure wasn't deemed unacceptable or a reason for refusal last time is relevant to the decision making process. It's relevant precedence. I think we'll add the informative that Councillor Idris mentioned. Any other thoughts before we proceed to a vote? Okay. In which case, the recommendation is to grant. I'll just do show of hands. Can I see all those in favour? So that's unanimous. Yeah. Planning permission is granted. And thank you all very much for everyone who came to speak on that case. We now proceed to Asa Briggs.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I start? Is that okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is seeking planning permission for demolition of the existing building and construction of a new 10 residential terrace houses ranging from 1 to 3 stories with associated private external amenity space. The proposed mix would be 1 x 2 bedroom and 9 x 3 bedroom properties. This is the area view showing the wider context of the site. On the left-hand side, you can see the application site with the red dot on top of it. To the north of the site, we've got the Kensington High Street. and to the east is Kensington Court Place properties. This is another area view showing the application side and the surrounding properties. Again, this is the application side over here, and residential properties along Kensington Court Place, and commercial buildings on the opposite side of Anstead Street. As you can see from this image, the area is very densely built up. There's quite a lot of variation in terms of the design of the buildings. Oh, sorry. This is another view showing the rear of the building. The wide boundary wall is proposed to be retained with an additional boundary wall along this property over here. The proposed additional floor would be above the boundary wall set away from the wall, and the roof form would be pitched, sloping away from the rear of the property. This is the existing rear elevation showing the outline of the neighboring properties along Kensington Court Place. And then the proposed rear elevation showing the proposed boundary wall along the rear properties of Kensington Court Place with the additional story above with the pitched roof sloping away from the residence. The existing and proposed section showing the proposed terraces just here on the right-hand side, being behind the boundary wall and the proposed roof form. This is just an indicative plan showing the distances from the neighboring properties and the application site. There's quite a lot of variation in terms of the distance, so this is just an information. The distance is between 7 to 11 meters, depending on the location within the terrace. This is the additional boundary wall along properties number 14 and 15 Kensington Court Place, above the existing boundary wall. The existing and proposed visuals, again, this is the view from the rear. We can see the proposed massing above the boundary wall with the additional two structure on this side. And again, existing and proposed visuals, this one is from the front. This is the existing photographs of the front elevation. This shows the architectural language of the area. There's quite a lot of variation. As you can see on the left-hand side, we've got properties along Kensington Court Place and Anstead Street with a rendered lighter base and a brick extension above. In the middle, we can see the fenestration again along Anstead Terrace and Stanford Road, and a gable roof form along Anstead Street and Thackeray Street. This is the proposed elevation and the visual. The proposed houses will be contemporary, however, they do pick up on some of the elements of the design language of the area, including the lighter base with the brick above and windows above. This is the proposed palette. On the right-hand side, we can see the proposed materials and the color. In the middle is the proposed front elevation, and on the left-hand side, they're just precedence images showing the gable properties and bay windows. The proposed landscape plan showing the layout of the roofs and the step-away property number house number 1 with the proposed garden at the front. And there are some visuals. This is for looking existing and proposed, looking along Anstead Street. Again, existing and proposed visuals. The view from Thackeray Street and the view along Anstead Street. In addition to the report, if the committee decides to resolve to grant planning permission tonight, the authority should also be given to the director to finalize the heads of terms of the Section 106 agreement. And thank you, Chairman. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. So for the objectors, we're joined by Mr. Cooper. Hello, Mr. Cooper. So you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents in Kensington Court Place, which you saw on the officer's slides is extremely close to the site. The starting position for residents is that their houses are already very enclosed. They look out onto the back of the very high, very long rear wall of the existing hall. It runs all along the boundary, and in their rear areas, it's about 8.5 metres away. It's very close and it's very oppressive. It is also the only thing that the developer is retaining on the site, and that is probably because it's not the sort of wall that you would approve today because it is already so close. The saving grace for residents is that they have a good view of the sky and the horizon straight ahead from their upper windows. They see over the roof of the hall, over the ridge of the building on the other side of Ansell Street. It's a westerly aspect towards the evening sun. If you do not see any or much sky at the lower levels of your house, you appreciate it much more where you do. It greatly relieves the sense of enclosure experienced in your home. The top floor and the plant above that you have seen tonight blocks this view with another long wall of building all the way along the boundary. It brings yet more building closer to the residents. It doubles the adverse effect, and it removes the sky view, which is the one thing that relieves the closeness of the existing wall. Officers confirm at 6.5 that there is an increase in sense of enclosure, and the residents' houses would now be enclosed from top to bottom. It is the level of harm that your policy CL5D requires developers to avoid, and we ask you to refuse it on that grounds. We also ask committee to ask the applicant to rethink the top floor. It's too ambitious. There is not a need or scope for a large double bedroom, a dressing room, a large bathroom, a plant room, a staircase that's pushed out to the neighbouring residents. It's too much bulk. Section 4 of the officer's pre-application advice raised the same concern. Please support your offices in making this point stick. The top floor should be a traditional attic story on the front of the building. The architects could design it so that the sight line stays below the ridge of the building opposite Ansell Street, and the residents would keep their current view of the sky. These houses are well in excess of the national standard. The new residents will get very large houses, the developer will still get a good uplift, the borough will still get its housing supply, and neighbouring residents will still get their view of the sky. Committee can ensure that everybody wins. If committee gives a steer like this, astute developers often come back with a better scheme. Please refuse for the excessive bulk of the top floor, which contravenes CL5, so that residents can keep the view and that we can have a neighbourly design. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are we joined by, well, we've got 3 people down for the applicant. Hello. Who will be speaking? All 3 of you or just one?
I'll be speaking. My name's Jim Poole.
Jim Poole.
I'm joined by Chantel, who's the development manager for the project, and David, who's the architect for any subsequent questions.
Well, yeah, so all 3 of you are registered, so you're able to choose who answers the questions. That's no problem. So 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time this evening. We started engaging with our neighbours, all of our neighbours, on this in April of last year. And we submitted our first planning application in December of last year. That application was withdrawn to give us time to make changes and provide answers to some of the consultation queries. Incidentally, and what's interesting is that particular application had some support from one of the Kensington Court Place residents, so I'm not entirely sure whether Mr. Cooper speaks for all of those residents, but that's one side. The application reflects what we've learnt along the way and follows a public exhibition as well as wider public engagement. Whilst I understand the concerns expressed by the objector, I'd like to make a few quick points in response. The existing building evidently causes harm to the conservation area. Replacing that building will be an act of townscape repair, drawing references to the three-storey houses that used to sit on this very site many years ago. The proposals are also highly sustainable. Your policies advocates a 35% reduction in carbon emissions, and we're proposing a 74.7% reduction in carbon. We're also wholly policy compliant in terms of daylighting and sunlighting. There are no impacts beyond the BRE guidelines, and I think that's a big point in the context of what Mr. Cooper has been saying. Indeed, going beyond that, 15 properties have windows that experience daylight improvements. And going on again, the south elevation of the existing building has windows which look into private gardens, and we're proposing to remove those windows and remove that intrusion. In short, we believe that the proposals are wholly beneficial, and we see them as well-mannered, neighbourly and carefully scaled. As such, we'd be grateful for your support and here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions? Councillor Oretti.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to both applicant and the objector. I would like the applicant to go first. In terms of the height that's been mentioned in the objector's speech, I understand you have cancelled the windows because of privacy issue, which is great. In terms of the proposed height, I understand it's more of an officer question, but the reason I'm asking to ask your opinion and the objector's opinion, the current and the proposed height, is that bigger than the current building height, and how big it is, and could you just elaborate?
It's relatively complex, but there's the reason I say that is the existing building height alters.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Oh, sorry. There's a relatively complex answer because the building height changes as you go down at Anstell Street. However, there was I don't know whether you can refer it when you are asking officers questions directly. There's a section which highlights the difference between the existing volume and the proposed volume, which demonstrates in certain instances betterment, which is brought out in the daylighting and sunlighting. If you're asking us whether we could change it further, our answer would be no, we don't think so, because we think we've got it right, and which is borne out by the technical analysis.
Thank you. A counter answer.
You want to put the questions? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, a counter answer by the objectors, please.
Could you just explain exactly the...
Well, I understand in your speech you raised the concern about the height, and you say it's not necessary. So I just wanted to ask what your...
Yes.
I think with specific reference to the existing building, and I'd also add to that the building on the other side of Anstell Street.
Yes, understood. I think I made the point that the existing situation for these residents is very enclosed. It's more enclosed than anything this committee would normally approve. The saving grace is that, and the officers didn't, I don't think the officers showed you any photographs, but they have been around, but you get a view from the upper floors across the roofs. The skyline, the horizon, if you like, actually ends up being the crinkly roof of the new building, which is on the other side of Ansell Street. It's possible for the architects to strike a line from that ridge across to the windows of the residence houses, such that you could put an attic story on the front of the building that wouldn't take that sky view away. That's why I say there's the potential for a win-win here, as long as the architect set out to make a neighbourly design. This committee probably has more experience of sense of enclosure than any other in the country. It is a very subtle thing, but as I say, if you're very enclosed at the lower part of your house and you have a benefit higher up, and it's not necessary to make it worse, then please don't do so.
Just so I'm clear, in terms of the, we do have some diagrams, but yeah, in terms of the height compared to the building on the other side of Anstell, you're not saying it's higher, you're just saying because it's closer, it will, the sun will set on the new building rather than over the existing building.
No, I'm not quite saying that, Chair. The new roof will bring it forward and will remove the amount of sky. At the moment, you can look pretty much at eye level straight out, and if you put another roof closer, even though it's not higher, it takes out that part of the sky. Whereas if you try to keep it where it is at the beginning, you still get an attic story. But
yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
So can we look at that that view, please, from either from? Sorry, I just got that.
Which one?
Yeah, from the other sides of the road. It's one from behind and one from.
So which?
Yeah,
that one. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, if I can join in, if I can just bring members' attention to the report. As part of the report, as you know, there are objections from the residents. There's quite a lot of helpful photographs, so I would advise members to have a look at those ones.
Yeah, we've got, I'm sure members have seen all of those, but I've just been looking at them again now. Other questions? Yes, Councillor Riso.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the applicant. It is really very important and interesting, to have 10 units of accommodation, which RBKC needs, when it comes to. So my question is how many affordable housing in this unit? And also, objectors, they mentioned about the loss of trees and due to height, as Ariad mentioned, and right of daylight. So I would like to know these 3 questions. Thank you.
So dealing with those points in order, the affordable housing element is addressed in your report and as our proposal as a payment in lieu towards affordable housing provision elsewhere. That we didn't go straight to that as a solution, as your policies dictate that there is in effect a sequential test, on-site, off-site, payment in lieu. We offered one of the houses on the street to 10 of the most active housing associations within the borough, none of whom wished to take on the property. So we then deferred to the principle of a payment in lieu, and a payment was established through engagement with your appointed valuers. With regard to the tree, there is an existing tree on site, you're absolutely right. There are differing opinions as to its quality and its longevity, because the site used to be a petrol filling station, so there are redundant fuel tanks beneath the courtyard. However, if you take the view that the tree is in good health, the tree would be removed and replaced just to the north of its existing spot in a courtyard. So yes, there is a tree lost, there is a tree replaced. Affordable housing is addressed through policy, through payment in lieu.
Okay. I have a couple of questions on materials, and I'm going to start with the green roof. So I'm pleased to see that the proposed carbon reduction is significantly above our required amount by policy. On the green roof, do you think there's any risk that it won't work very well given the angle and given we're trying to build stuff in these conservation areas that will last hundreds of years? Do you have any concerns?
It's a reasonable concern. I mean, we looked at it in detail because there's no point in proposing something that won't work, and it's linked to our sustainable drainage strategy as well. There's an inbuilt irrigation system that goes with the green roof, and we're very confident about its longevity. And there's also a planning condition from recollection recommended by your officers to address that. I'm also hearing this evening about pollinators, and it's not that in the planning condition there's reference to species, but if we were in that position, we would accept a similar informative to the previous applicant. It sounds sensible.
Okay. Just on the green roofs, if the committee did decide the green roof, because the trouble is you can have maintenance conditions, but can you enforce that over decades and 100 odd years? And a mud roof obviously would not look very good. Would it be a major issue for your project if the green roof was changed by condition to a normal roof? Maybe, I don't know what material, but not.
We are confident that it will be successful, and we've also looked into maintenance agreements, which the main installers of green roofs now have 10-year maintenance agreements as well. So, I mean, we could consider it, and if the chair advocated removal of the green roof, then we would concede on that particular point. But I mean, I suppose our position has always been that we like the green roof. We think it helps in terms of sustainable drainage, and we believe it to be readily maintained in the same way as the proposed roof plant is. So the roof plant needs annual maintenance. So the roof would have an annual check in the same way. But it's with you, Chair. If you said you would support it subject to the removal, then so be it.
Okay, thank you. Now I just want to make sure we're building stuff that will last for the very long term. Mr. Cooper, just on that point of green roofs, do you have any opinion of materiality on the roof? What would be better for neighbours?
I don't think I really do, no.
No, I just thought I'd ask. Next question on materials is, can you tell me a bit more about, can we get an image up of the sort of fronts of the buildings? I'm going to be asking about the material under the windows. Yeah. Do we have any others which shows the? Okay. Yeah, maybe that one. So if you look at the not the nearest building, but the main row of buildings, on the upper windows, what's the material proposed for the lower part of the window?
I'm going to ask David to answer that, if that's okay.
That is, it's a stone, and the panel directly below the window, it's a fluted stone detail, so it's curved, so it sort of links back to the rhythm of the sort of balustrade and metalwork details that are elsewhere. Where we felt that having that extra layer of detail of stone just added something, an extra layer to the facade design.
Okay, no, stone is absolutely fine. And then the other one is on the bronze material, which goes around that sort of large first floor window. Can you just talk about, just point out where else it's used on the building and why you've picked it, why it responds to the local context?
So I think it's clear that the materials palette responds to the local context, and there's a good portion of information included in the DAS about that. But I think in terms of the bronze, we're proposing sort of aluminium metal windows, and that's to achieve all the required thermal performance, to achieve all the different sustainability, airtightness and acoustic requirements. You can't do that with a timber window. And so in terms of the colour and the finish of that metal frame window, we feel that the bronze tone is more sympathetic to the materials palette as a base, and so we feel to get a consistent aesthetic across the scheme, we're proposing that finish is used on the sort of bay window and the rainwater goods as well, so you've got that consistent approach.
And can you just confirm what maintenance it'll require? And I know bronze is not iron, but just confirm that there's no risk of staining from that material.
Just to confirm that it's powder coated aluminium, which is has the bronze collar So there's no, the maintenance is minimal. If any, you'd be wanting to clean your windows more regularly to if there's any rain that's fallen on, there's any drops. So
and no risk of staining?
No.
Other questions before we move to officers? Councillor Isay, do you have one more? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the officers. Sorry.
Just, yeah, we'll move to officers in one moment. Just want to check if there's any more questions for applicants or objectors. No. Okay, well, thank you all very much. We now move to the next stage of the meeting. Start with Councillor Isay and then we'll work down.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the officers. This building was used as educational purpose, like Richmond University, and also social and also community use. As now, and the proposal is different. Is there any alternative building which, you know, and the neighbors, they can use for education or social or community use? Alternative, you know, building?
So as part of the assessment, you can see in the reports, officer's report, paragraph 6.5, we have taken into consideration the loss of the social and community use. However, small weight has been given to it, giving the historic permission being personal permission to Richmond College, which they vacated the site. So in terms of the planning use, the site's got a planning nil use, which means that there's no use on the site, so any change of use would require planning permission. So we, in terms of looking at that policy, we didn't have to go through the sequential test of securing alternative social and community use in the area or asking the applicant to provide that information. I'm not sure whether that answers.
Does that answer your question? Yes, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Retty, then Councillor Idris.
Thank you. I've got two questions, one on the daylight, one on the height. So let's start with the height one. So the proposed new building, in terms of the height, is that taller than the one on Kensington Court? I'm not sure if it's north or the south, and on the other side of the Ansell Street. Do you have the measurements?
Thank you for that question. Hopefully this section is helpful for members. So on the left-hand side, you can see the existing building. There is quite a lot of variation. I'll go into the area view in terms of the roofscape of the existing building. So you can see that there is quite a lot of roof structure further south of the site rather than along the properties here. So on this cross section, you can see this is the existing with the additional roof form which you could see on the area view, and then that is a little bit higher, seems to be, than the properties on Kensington Court Place, but not higher than the properties on Anders Street. And then on the right-hand side, we can see the proposal with the proposal would be a little bit higher than, again, Kensington Court Place, but not higher than Anders Street building on the opposite side of the street.
Thank you, Julie. The next question about the day sunlight report. If you go to page 12, 6.50, I'm not sure, based on what the report says, given the proposed external alteration, the proposed development would visually create a better outlook to some of the residents along Kensington Court Place. Based on what? Based on the report valuation or based on the opinion of the residents in Kensington Court Place?
Happy to take that question. So this sentence is in relation to this part of the site. As you can see, there's quite a lot of roof structure on this side. So it's in terms of the outlook would be improved to the neighbours on this side along Kensington Court Place.
Okay. So saying in the top of the photo there, the higher level, there, that paragraph refers to the people who face onto that, not the people who are in the other parts of the buildings. Any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Idris, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is, I'm very happy with the green roof. I want it to stay. One, it's not a question, it's a statement, I know. And can we add an informative that the green roof include pollinators?
Yes, absolutely. I'm happy with.
Okay,
to add it on.
and also with the tree, I know we're removing a tree and we're replacing it. Is it going to be the same quality, the same age, the same height, or is there any difference? Even better tree?
Unfortunately, I don't have the size of the replacement tree. It's not going to be a semi-mature, I would guess. We are asking for the landscaping details as well as part of the condition. So this tree would be the replacement of the existing larger tree, and there are also some smaller trees along this part of the side and here as well, but this is proposed to be conditioned.
Can we condition what type of trees we want?
Yeah, if the members are strongly towards one species, that's fine. But we have to think about the size of the tree and the species, etc.
And the size of the space.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? No. So I just want to understand a little bit more the sense of enclosure. So what is the so is it the 8 meters distance? Is that from the neighbouring properties to the wall?
Sorry. Yes, so as you can see, hopefully on this area view, sorry for jumping along, there's quite some difference between the distance from the neighboring properties and the size of the closet wing. So this kind of shows the approximate distance from some of the closet wings along Kensington Court Place, along here. So this is the rear of the closet wing and then the rear of the property, and then depending of the size within the site.
And sorry, can you just explain what the blue infill there is above the wall level?
Yeah, so that shows the outline of the existing building, but again, I would like to remind members of different depth within the site. So, for example, this one's got a little bit closer than this one, etc.
Okay, so this is the existing on the left and proposed on the right. Okay,
that's correct. Yes.
All right, colleagues, any further questions? I'm not going to push the green roof point to the point of conditioning it, but could I just add an informative that when sort of materials, etc., are finalised, that the maintenance is considered, and not just for sort of a 10-year period. We need to satisfy ourselves that it's going to remain in good condition in the very long term.
If I can maybe jump to that, so the condition 28 does ask about the detail maintenance. If members are quite strongly about it, we can add, I don't know, in perpetuity to strengthen that condition. And I think the applicant and agents are here. We're happy to put the informative on as well. When the maintenance is submitted to us, it's not just going to be for 10 years. But we can strengthen that condition a little bit.
I suppose so what I'm looking for is if it wasn't possible to be maintained, and because we can't know what will happen 50, 80 years from now, that there is a good alternative. So if the sort of the grass, etc., is removed, there's something attractive underneath, and it doesn't suddenly become an ugly roof line. So that's what I'm driving at, basically.
Just to jump in, I could suggest that we edit condition 28 to talk about the detailed maintenance schedule, including a long-term strategy, and then potentially, if at any point the green roof fails, it's going to be difficult with the change in ownership, though. You could delegate us amendments to that condition to strengthen it and secure a long-term strategy. That could be a possibility.
Yeah, happy to delegate that. And I think long-term strategy is right, because with the best well in the world, we can't guarantee maintenance for 100 years. So what is the strategy if it fell into disrepair? Okay. Yes. No, we're not removing the green roof, just amending the condition to refer to a long-term strategy, or to be clear, we're delegating authority to officers to amend that condition to ensure that it refers to a long-term strategy. So, yeah, okay. Any other comments before we proceed to a vote? Okay. In which case, we proceed to a vote with that very minor amendment to one of the conditions and the informative asked for by Councillor Idris. The recommendation is to grant. A show of hands. Can I see all those in favour? Okay, that's unanimous, 4-0. In which case, planning permission is granted, and I thank everyone who came to...
Sorry, Chairman, can I just
Yes.
clarify that you're giving us the authority to agree all the heads of terms for the Section 106? Sorry.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Happy to clarify that. So as I say, thank you very much to everyone who came to speak on that case. We've been going 2 hours, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene at 35 minutes past. We will reconvene. I just want to double check we have everyone from the next case, which is Arundel Gardens. Is Mr. Hastings and Mr. MacLeod both here? Yes, fantastic, thank you. So in which case we'll hear number 17, Arundel Gardens.
Thank you. So this application relates to a mid-terrace property located on the southern side of Arundel Gardens. The property is divided into flats, and the application relates to the lower ground and ground floor flat. The property backs onto communal gardens to the rear, with the properties having narrow light wells and private gardens to the rear. The proposal is for alterations at lower ground floor and ground floor level, including the installation of an air conditioning unit to the rear light well. This shows the rear of the property facing onto the light well. It is proposed to replace an existing window with timber French doors, which you can see on the left-hand side here, and then it's proposed to replace the existing door and window with a new timber window to the right. And then at ground floor level, it's proposed to replace the existing door and window with a wider pair of French doors. And this would also require widening the access bridge across the light well to the garden with new railings. At ground floor level, you can see this widened bridge. It's proposed to extend this with glass bricks, and also the changes to that ground floor door. At lower ground floor level, it's proposed to rebuild the retaining wall to the light well, and also to install an air conditioning unit within the rear light well, where that circle in red is. The location of the new air conditioning unit is also outlined in red on this section drawing. You can see that due to the depth of the light well, the air conditioning unit would largely be concealed from views from the garden. And then the other works, as previously mentioned, are to this rear retaining wall and to the railings. I've also got some photographs. So this shows the rear of the property, where the door is proposed to be replaced and widened, and also some photographs showing the light well, where the air conditioning unit is proposed to be installed at the end here. And some further photos again showing that light well. And to the front, the only changes that are proposed are replacement windows to be replaced with timber double glazed slimline glazing, and also it's proposed to replace the paving to the front light well area. I would draw members' attention to the addendum report, which has an additional condition which requires details of paving, works to the retaining wall and railings. This is in addition to the existing conditions recommended in the report, which include condition 5 and 6 to control noise from the air conditioning unit. Finally, there is one additional correction to the report. In paragraph 7.2, it refers to the air conditioning unit inside an enclosure. An enclosure is not currently proposed. The unit will just be enclosed in an enclosed position within the light well. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. So we've got Mr. MacLeod for the objectors. Thank you for joining us. Mr. MacLeod, give me 1 second. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. I don't object to anything other than the air conditioning unit. I'm in the basement, the lower ground floor right next door at 15, and that light well is literally right next to my bedroom window. Now, I'm sure it's within the limits of decibels, but I know it's going to keep me awake at night. And that light well really only serves to sort of echo it upwards right next to my window, I should imagine. It's quite a sort of echoey light well, those things are. And I'm just really concerned that it's once it's in, it's just going to keep me awake a lot at night. I've no objections to any of the other work at all. I understand it all. It's just the aircon unit, I think, is going to be a disaster for my sleep and just general well-being. So that's my only request, is please don't put an air conditioning unit there. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you very much. And are we joined by Mr. Hastings? Yes, hello. Mr. Hastings, likewise, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Richard Hastings of RJH Architecture. I speak in support of the scheme. It would appear that the core focus of the discussions are centred upon air conditioning, and as such, my response will focus on that. But should you, as a committee, have other queries, I'd welcome them following this. KP Acoustics undertook the acoustic report. They're specialists within the field and have worked in central London for many years. They've got a plethora of experience in RVKC specifically, and as you'll see as you review the report, they worked on the worst case scenario in the positioning of the environmental recording equipment to ensure a conservative and appropriate scheme is presented. The report notes that the condenser will be out of the line of sight of the receiving windows due to the screening provided by the built fabric. To elaborate on this, the lower ground floor light well, as Ms. Gentry touched on, is about 2.8 metres high, solid masonry on all sides with railings above, which I do believe, and the report supports, will further attenuate the AC unit within that area. It also reduces any viewability of it. The design solution currently includes anti-vibration feet and utilises a Daikin condenser which fully complies with the relevant RBKC requirements. We are unable to utilise the front light well or vaults to the front as suggested, as these are not within our client's demise, unfortunately. We're permitted to retain the boiler within the vault as an existing arrangement, but no further plant is to be installed in these areas in accordance with the governing lease. I would like to note there are roof condensers present at both 38 Arundel Gardens, which was consented in 2014, and another at number 2 Ladbroke Gardens, which backs onto the garden square, contrary to some of the comments within the enclosed objectors' letters. We feel the positioning of this equipment is a considered and appropriate position, given the existing lower ground floor light well built from surrounding units, which includes the bridge over the top that further provides shielding. The scheme is sensitively designed and further adheres to the prevailing policies to ensure compliance. And for these reasons, we do hope that you'll support this application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, Councillor Idris and then Councillor Ratti.
I mean, we all heard the plea of the objector about the air conditioning unit, and I know it's probably enclosed. You probably had some assessment on the noise, but the neighborly thing is to put it somewhere else. Is there somewhere else you can put it?
Unfortunately, the front light well and the vaults aren't an option because they're out with our demise. We have explored it. We've tried speaking to the building and the freeholders as well to see if we could purchase them. But unfortunately, that option isn't there. So where we placed it in the rear was the most concealed, covered space that we could determine. It was also tested by KP Acoustics that shows it fully complies within the proximities. We have the surrounding solid masonry walls, and yeah, with that, it meets the requirements under the policies.
I'm just going to jump in there very quickly. And the testings that were done, did they take into account Mr. McLeod's bedroom window?
Yeah.
Yes, so the report details the exact positioning of the reporting equipment, which was taken at the ground floor within the policy suggestions, and then the reporting distances are taken to the most local windows and apertures. So all of that was accounted for. The lower ground floor window on the neighbouring side will be more shielded than the reported window at ground floor because of the way the attenuation will rise as the sound. So it's taken the worst case in that report and still complies with the policies.
I mean, is there any possibility it can be raised and put on, I don't know, like, you know, you do water tankers, raise it up, so maybe the noise will be not as severe as when it's right down next to your bedroom window.
I understand, but there is a solid masonry wall that's almost 3 meters between us, and obviously the roof space doesn't belong to us either, so we're kind of limited within our demise. I think it's important to say that the Daikin condenser that was spec'd is one of the highest on the market because it has the lowest acoustic rating, so it's under the regulation requirements. There is also an option. At the moment, this unit isn't in an acoustic housing. Obviously, if it were to be in acoustic housing, it would further improve the acoustic tenuation. So I have spoken with the client, and she's very prepared, for Mr. Morton's comfort as well, to offer that to further mitigate the acoustic concerns.
Okay. Well, that's, thank you for raising that, and I think that would probably be a good thing to add, the acoustic enclosure. Councillor Retty and then Councillor Isse.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. My questions have been asked, and I share Mr. McLeod's concerns, because I understand that it's a tricky situation because you can't even put it in the back of the garden. I believe it's not a freehold or a leasehold share. Is that?
The garden that's attached to the apartment is ours, but if we put it at the back of the garden, the actual acoustic release is higher, which is why that light well was suggested.
Why does it release higher?
Because it will be raised into the open space, whereas when it's in the light well, it doesn't create a reverberation that increases the noise, it actually reduces it because it is somewhat enclosed already.
Just for satisfaction, if it's viable, would you be happy to put it at the rear if there's a test done with your neighbour on an agreement?
I would prefer, if possible, if the committee's minded, to put an acoustic enclosure in where it is at the moment, because I do feel from an aesthetic side, putting the acoustic housing in the garden isn't the best looking thing for neighbours to look onto. So I think if we can address the acoustic concerns where it is, it keeps it out of sight for all the neighbours too.
May I ask the objective, would you be happy?
Sorry, say that again.
So I do think the question's around the offer of the addition of the acoustic enclosure.
Listen,
does that give you some comfort?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if that's the most I can get, then that obviously that's going to be better than no acoustic. You know, unfortunately, however quiet it is, it's never going to be quiet enough. You know, in the middle of the night, things wake you up, and aircon right next to your window is everyone's nightmare, right? So I'm just obviously I'm not against any of the work. It's just I would love them not to have an air conditioning unit. If all I can get is as much enclosure as possible, then of course I'd be very grateful. Yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Isse, did you have a question? If it's been asked already, then
Thank you,
don't
Chair.
worry.
It is same question as Ari.
Okay.
He jumped
Okay.
for me. And it is the same question. I really concerned about the noise the air condition can make and affect residents, you know, at night, and also those who want to use the garden during the summer. The same question is, if you cannot do at the rear, can you do at the front?
No, unfortunately, due to the demise, we can't do the front light well or the vault. But
Any other questions? No. In which case, we'll move.
Is it possible just to mention that the report does deal with night and day and different times of year in terms of the acoustic adjustments? So it is covered in the report as compliance. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So questions to officers. I'll start, which is goes to the point of the objection. At night, are we confident that the aircon unit won't be heard?
Yes, the acoustic report does survey the area for 24 hours. So our environmental health officer has looked at that and has specifically commented that he's satisfied that it would meet our criteria.
And am I right in saying that condition 5 means that if it did become audible at night, then that it would have to be turned off?
That's correct, yes.
Any other questions to officers? Yes, Councillor Idris.
When we talk about noise at night, if it becomes noisy, so the objector needs to complain about it, and you go and we come and test it, and then it gets turned off.
Yes, I mean, the wording of the condition, I can read out the condition. It says, if at any time the plant is determined by the local planning authority to be failing to comply with this condition, it shall be switched off. So if the council determine that it can, in effect, be heard that by the neighbouring property, then it would be switched off.
Yeah, but as a council, we test it, but then if the neighbor is living there and the noise is bothering them, do we go by them being bothered or by us testing by equipment that this is viable or not?
We would go ourselves, our environmental health officers would go and listen and test.
So it's not enough the neighbors say, I can't sleep because this machine is humming all night long.
Well, I think we would obviously take a great deal of notice of that because they are the ones who are immediately neighbouring there to hear it. But the wording of the condition just highlights that it is for the council to determine. But as I say, obviously we would take into account the comments from the neighbour. Yeah. I mean, the condition is worded in a way that it should not be audible at all from neighbouring properties.
Okay.
So if it is audible, then by consequence,
yeah,
it would not be failing.
And
it would not be complying.
Okay, and the neighbour needs to make the complaint to noise and nuisance or to planning?
Yes, to both. Noise and nuisance obviously have the 24-hour service, so they would be the first port of call if it's the middle of the night, but it would also be something that planning enforcement officers could follow up with as well.
Yeah. And the fantastic thing about noise and nuisance, if you don't want to call them at night, you can call them in the morning and tell them the problem. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah,
yes,
at that point, if there's clear evidence that if the noise level exceeds at night or during the day, would we have the power to revoke the existing condition or apply a new condition saying it needs to be changeable?
Well, I think the condition covers that because if it exceeds those levels, i.e. it's audible, then it has to be switched off until they fix the problem or replace the unit or do something to bring it under those levels. I think that covers it. Right, okay, in which case we're going to add the condition of the acoustic enclosure and vote on the recommendation with the addition of that condition. So is that no additional clarity required there?
No, that's fine.
No, great. Well, I think we'll leave that to officers to...
Yes, I mean, it could have...
suitable.
We could have details to be approved by ourselves to just ensure that the appearance and that the spec is adequate.
Yeah, details to be approved and that can be delegated. Okay, with the addition of that condition, the recommendation is to grant. Show of hands, can I see all those in favour? All those against? All those abstaining? Abstention? You have to vote for one of them. Abstention. Okay, yeah. So there's 3 in favour, 1 against, 1 abstention. So planning permission is granted. And thank you very much to everyone who came for that case. We now move on to number 63, Lansdowne Crescent. So sorry, my apologies. Number 63, Lansdowne Road. I'll just add very quickly, we had a request in advance of the meeting for one additional minute of speaking time, so going to add that to both the objectors and the applicant, so there'll be 4 minutes for each side rather than the typical 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is at 63 Lansdowne Road, which is a 3-storey dwelling with a lower ground floor level. The building's not listed, but it backs onto a Grade 2 listed garden. I'd also like to draw members' attention to the addendum report, which includes an additional objection received from the Ladbroke Association. Planning permission is sought for the construction of a lower ground floor rear extension, a rear dormer window at the roof level, and replacement of single glazed windows with double glazing throughout. This slide shows the proposed lower ground floor extension, which would be full width and would incorporate a set of metal double doors. This slide shows the existing and proposed ground floor plans, which show the depth of the extension being at 1 metre from the host dwelling. This slide shows the existing and proposed section drawing. And this slide shows the existing and proposed rear elevation, showing the 2 dormer windows at the roof level, the replacement windows throughout the rear elevation, and the lower ground floor rear extension with the metal doors. This slide shows the alterations at the existing and proposed front elevation. And this slide shows the existing and proposed roof plan, showing the scale of the roof of the double dormer window at the roof level. This slide shows an aerial view of the wider terrace, which shows a series of rear extensions along Lansdowne Road. This slide shows photographs which were taken from the communal garden at the rear elevation, just to draw members' attention to the dormer windows at the roof level in the photograph on the left. And the photograph on the right shows the existing bay window at the rear elevation. And this slide shows photographs which were sent in as part of an objection from objectors. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, we're joined by Sophia Lambert and Matthew Fosh. You have 4 minutes between you. Would you like me to split it into 2 and 2, or are you happy just to share? Okay, well, I'll tell you when 2 minutes. Yeah. I'll tell you when 2 minutes is up then, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My objections, which are shared by my neighbours, the Carew Poles, who are also here today, are to the rear extension part of the proposal and fall under 2 headings, precedent and enclosure. Firstly, precedent. The set of 4 houses, of which number 63 is a part, have back facades all in a line. None of them jut out at the back. This application therefore sets a precedent with number 63's extension now sticking out at the back, proud of the 3 houses alongside. I know number 63 well. I was a friend and neighbour of the previous owner of number 63 for 30 years. The new extension onto the back garden adds an additional metre to the house. Nice to have, but what is to stop anyone else asking for the same? As I say, precedent. This brings me to my second related point, namely enclosure. The rear extension wholly compromises the open feel of the houses either side. The planning report, item 1.2, says that the proposal ensures good living conditions for the neighbouring properties in terms of the sense of enclosure. We would respectfully disagree. The extension impedes the view, it takes light away, but mostly it is the introduction of this sense of enclosure and encroachment that is so pernicious. In conclusion, therefore, precedent and enclosure are the twin objections of my family and the Carew Poles. Since these 4 houses were built in the 1850s, they have all enjoyed their own unimpeded view of the gardens. This is a great privilege. The rear extensions means that it is a privilege that I and the Carew Poles will no longer enjoy. Number 63, meanwhile, under the proposals, will continue to enjoy this privilege at our expense. We ask the committee, is that really fair? Finally, when referring to the rear extension, the planning report uses words such as discreet, subordinate, not material, modest, with which we fundamentally disagree. But it is the specific comment under section 7.2 to which I would bring your attention. It reads, the proposed extension at lower ground floor has no impact on any neighbouring views or light. It is simply untrue. Thank you.
2 more minutes whenever you're ready.
objection by the Ladbroke Association because it has photographs, and I'm happy to say that after reading that objection, Gabby Wesley took it upon herself to go and have a look for herself to see what the situation was. As a result, we have some more photographs which she's shown us. This is not a continuous terrace. This particular block has 3 groups of 4 houses, symmetrical groups. This is very characteristic of the Ladbroke estate. This middle one has no protruding extensions at roof level, although one of them actually does have dormers, but they've been discreetly sited. It's only the end one, which is extremely uneven, which has 2 very ugly dormers. I don't know if Gabby can show those. The 2 dormers, because there's a new one. That one only shows, that's an old photograph. There's a new dormer since then, which makes it even worse. This is going to be an eyesore in the middle of a symmetrical building, which is part of the beauty of the garden, is looking at these rear extensions. And the policy is quite clear that the council will resist roof-level alterations on complete terraces or groups of buildings where the existing roof line is unimpaired by extensions. So we really think that, I'm sorry to say that the officers didn't realise at an early enough stage what the situation was. I think if they'd seen the photographs that we subsequently produced, they might have produced other advice.
Thank you very much. And are we joined by, do we have both speakers here for the applicant? I've got Jason Davies and DeRose Sarr. You
Hi,
both here?
yes, it's Jason Davies on behalf of DeRose Sarr. Yes,
right,
thank you.
okay. Fantastic. You have up to 4 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Well, firstly, thank you for the Chair and the Councillors for taking the time to review and consider the application, and thank you for the case officer's input to date, which has helped shape the proposal during the pre-application and also the determination process. 63 Lansdowne Road is a property that has seen few alterations or maintenance in the past 30-40 years, and is a property that is in a real state of repair. The applicant has wanted to ensure this property is restored and enhanced and gives back to the streetscape, and become their family home that is fit for the 21st century. You'll note 63 Lansdowne Road is one of few properties on this section of the road that has a canted bay at the rear. Other immediately adjacent properties have flattened facades at the rear with varying window sizes and locations. The adjacent property number 65 has seen its ridgeline raised, and as such there are few consistent architectural details and there's little symmetry with the other adjacent properties. While you might consider the canted bay to be a unique feature in its immediate setting, it's not the only property on Lansdowne Road that has preserved the bay and implemented a full-width extension at the lower ground floor that projects deeper than its bay. Most notable examples are those on the nearby 57, 55 and 53 that can be seen from the aerial photographs provided in the statements. The motivation behind the lower ground floor extension is not to gain more internal space. The extension would equate to a modest gain of 3 square metres. It is instead to allow for the installation of an enlarged glazed opening that is not too dissimilar to other openings on neighbouring properties. The proposed lower ground floor extension sits forward of the bay by 35 centimetres. This is to create a clear offset between the face of the bay that is retained on the upper ground and the proposed lower ground floor extension. The lower ground floor extension would rise approximately 1 metre above the height of the existing fence that separates 63 and 61 Lansdowne Road. The addition to 63 would equate to an increased area of screen of around 1 square metre on the boundary with number 61. We share the Council's view that the addition is modest and there is no significant loss of amenity to the neighbouring properties. Referring to other proposed architectural interventions, the pair of roof dormers at the rear of 63 Lansdowne Road are no more visible than those approved elsewhere. In fact, this application has been amended to reference a roof dormer arrangement at number 71 Lansdowne Road that was historically commented on and not objected to by the Lansdowne Association. That was then considered to be sufficiently set back and relatively unobtrusive from the gardens. We don't feel that we are introducing anything that's unprecedented or would harm the conservation area or the amenity of the immediate neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, who would like to go first? Councillor Riso.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the applicant. And the objector is mentioned the extension of the lower ground floor that exceeds to the line may encourage other residents also to apply and then overtake the communal garden.
And who's the question to?
Yeah, the extension of the lower ground floor.
Oh, so, okay, you'd like the applicant
may
to...
encourage other residents, to apply.
You'd like the applicant
and
to
overtake
comment
the
on
communal
that.
garden,
Yeah. Could you, sorry, I forget where we are. Yes, could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, sure. This is only really brought about by the Canted Bay being retained at number 63. It is the only one of this, let's say, grouping of 4 that has the bay retained. The other groupings that have now been joined by an infill extension, I don't believe that the setting would allow others to project in the same way, but it is modest. We were talking about 1 square meter. And I'll say the additional height that actually adds to the boundary is 1 meter in height. I do believe it is relatively modest in its scale, and it is very purposeful to this particular property that has the Canted Bay.
Thank you. Colleagues, other questions? I just have a question for the objectors, maybe Mr. Fosh in particular, on the impact. Can you, when you say it will affect experience and views of the gardens because it's sitting proud of the neighbouring houses, where from what position are you talking about?
Right, what's there at the moment is a inconspicuous and elegant bay window, which I agree have gone elsewhere. What this extension does, and that covers about 30% of the width of the back of the house on one side. What is proposed is not suffice to run the new wall in line with the outside of the wall, you understand, the old bay window. They've now started the inside of the wall where the outside was, grabbing another 35 centimetres, and they're going across the whole house. So you're now right up to the boundaries, and so you've got a big square brick wall either side of a metre. It's only a metre perhaps, but it's a metre, which wasn't there before. And so as I look out, I'm actually in my kitchen. And I'm sitting in my kitchen, and now as I look out, to one side, I have a metre of brick wall. Right? Now, and it's worse actually for the Carey Pauls on the other side. They have nothing there at the moment. They're going to get a whole metre. I at least have a fence, above which it would rise by a metre or so, whatever. But it's so unnecessary. Why grab another metre of it? It's only supporting, it goes beyond the bay above, which is being retained. The bay above, it's outside the bay above, so it's anyway, so that's the answer to your question. I'm sitting there having a cup of tea, and there I see a thick brick wall, which is only a metre. But there's nothing there now, and what's slightly irritating is that the number 63, they've got nothing. We now have a brick wall, they have nothing. I've lived there for 30 years, right? I've never had to look at anything except a lovely garden. A great privilege, I accept. But why should we now have to look at their brick wall when they just have a nice free view again? It just doesn't seem fair to me.
So it's sort of the combination of the fact that it's going beyond the existing bay, but also being stretched out across.
Exactly. So the Carey Pauls are worse than I am.
Yeah. No. Understand. Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions on that? No. So I'm going to the dormer windows. So it does seem from that image that there are. You know, maybe if one were to turn back time, you might, design it differently or not allow certain dormers. But given where we are now, there are some dormers existing of various designs. So why in particular would this one not be acceptable?
Blocks of houses. 2 of the blocks, and Gabby, can we have the photograph up again of the showing the four symmetrical houses? You see on the photograph on the right, there are absolutely no dormers, and I don't know if the one on the left is the next door one, but two of these 3 blocks don't have dormers. The third block, which has an uneven roof line from the start, now has 2 dormers, including the one at number 71, which the applicants have copied. And they're quite right, we didn't object, simply because on that block of houses, there were so many ugly and roof lines, etc., that it seemed to us that one extra one wouldn't matter too much. Although I must say we were a bit surprised to see it was quite so prominent as it turned out. But these are groups of houses that are very visible from the communal garden. There clearly are groups of symmetrical groups, very characteristic of the Ladbroke area. And the current roof line is flat. The end house actually has built, as I said, some dormers, but they're low enough for them not to be visible. And we have nothing against number 63 doing the same, but instead they've chosen to copy some very obtrusive dormers on a different terrace.
So I'll put a question to, sorry, I forget. There we are. Sorry, long night. So on that point, with the dormers, did you consider either making them shorter or setting them back further to improve the views from the communal garden, or not to harm the views from the communal garden?
Yes, so during the determination period, we did take on board the objections and the comments that were made on the original proposal for alteration at the roof level. The dormers were subsequently reduced in scale, in height. They were set further down from the ridgeline. They were set further back from the parapet. The dormers that have been referenced at number 71 already are more subservient than other dormers that have been built. So it's not as though we are actually replicating the largest of the dormers that have been erected.
Tom.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. To Mr. Davies, are you referring to 73 dormer or 71? There's a skylight at 71. And is that, in terms of size, is that smaller than whatever building?
So 71 is the smaller of the dormers that I believe that, I don't know if they're adjoined or not, but it's number, I think it could be 69, that actually has a larger dormer. That was referenced, I believe, in the original application on determination of 71 as being something not to follow, and hence why there was no immediate objection to what was being proposed at 71. So we are already trying to follow something that is an improvement on some of the larger dormer extensions on the grouping stroke terrace.
Councillor Rossi.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Sophia Lambert. You mentioned on your objection that the face of dormitories in the original scheme were set back approximately 1.0 meter from the outer face. Does that mean it will change the appearance of
I'm sorry, I'm getting terribly deaf. Could Chair, perhaps you could tell me?
Sorry.
Yeah. You mentioned, on your objection, you mentioned the face of the dormant in the original scheme. It's set back 1.0 to the face. So does that mean, the appearance of the building will affect or change?
So this, the dormer being set back, saying if it was set back even further.
Yeah, although it's a little bit set back, it's only a little bit set back. And Gabby, you do have a photograph because it's on the website which shows the new dormers. And they are pretty obtrusive. Whereas the dormer on number 36 at the other end of the terrace, sorry, I mean 67, that is invisible because it's much further set back. And all we're asking is that it should match the dormer on that group of houses, rather than going to another group of houses which has a couple of very obtrusive dormers.
And I just have one more question on a point which hasn't been raised yet, because going back to the lower ground floor extension, so obviously we've heard the issues with its size. In terms of design of the materials, do you have any concerns about that, and how visible will those materials be from
None
the
at all.
communal
We
garden?
all have French windows at the back there, but they're all in line. My only objection is it now sticks out to me, which it didn't before.
Understood. Colleagues, any other questions before we go to questions to officers? No. Okay. In which case, thank you all very much. Who would like to ask it? Councillor Idris?
It's okay. Thank you, Chair. My question is, it is clear now these houses are in clusters, and it seems like each cluster have their own little unique identity with the extensions. Did you consider that when you approved this particular dormer? Because it's clearly not fitting within the cluster it's sitting in. It fits somewhere else with the 69, 71 and the others, but not with the 63, 65 ones. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, no, that makes sense. So as part of the assessment of the application, we would have assessed the roof alteration, so the dormer windows, against our policy CL8, which allows roof alterations where there is a compromised roof line. So officers took the view that because there are a couple of dormers within this particular terrace group, that there is an argument to say that the roof line has been compromised by some dormer windows. And there also are a couple of approvals at 69 and 71 Lansdowne Road where dormer windows have been approved previously.
They are not the same size. They are they're much smaller than the 63 one.
So,
proposed.
Yes, so the one at 71 Lansdowne is, no, 69 Lansdowne is larger, and the more recent approval at 71 reduced the scale of the dormer windows, which this application is seeking to copy and replicate with the setback.
Sorry, one point of clarification there. Can we be clear what we mean by the terrace group? Which houses does that include?
So that includes the bookends, so the one next to 63 Lansdowne here. I'm not sure if you can see the cursor throughout to this end here.
Okay, so when policies refer to sort of the roof line, it's referring to the terrace group. Yes, it refers to that terrace group. We're defining as basically all
where the other two dormer windows lie. So 69 and 71 are within that group.
And so you're saying they don't extend larger than or are not more visible than existing dormer windows within that group.
I'm just going to jump in quickly because the preamble to the policy does talk about differences of groups within terraces. So Sophia Lambert is correct that you could interpret it that this is a cluster, and if members were concerned about, that particular part of the terrace, that particular group within it, there is harm, you can come to that conclusion. Officers have made the assessment looking across that terrace within the context, and we were happy that the dormers that are proposed preserve the conservation area, the group, and that building has an acceptable impact. So it's for members this evening to conclude, but it would be reasonable to say there is a cluster within the long terrace group. So that would be reasonable.
That's very helpful, thank you. Councillor Mackover.
Thank you, very helpful discussion on those points. I listened very carefully to the arguments on both sides, and I have to say that looking at the evidence, I'm very concerned that the size of the dormers are disproportionate, and if you look, take the view of the important view of the rear of these houses, it's not like this is backing onto railway sidings or an industrial goods yard. This is a grade 2 or grade 2 star, I can't remember exactly which garden that's there, and part of it should be that when you look from that garden, you should be seeing things which are high quality and pleasant, and that's something that I'm taking a very sort of close concern about this. So both the size of the dormers would fail to preserve, in my view. This is not, I wouldn't call this a compromised roof line that would invite everybody else to bung in whatever dormers they want. The rear elevation protrusion just seems to be, to me, an unnecessary harm and sense of enclosure to neighbours. and as I said, the sort of the impact to me on a listed garden. So I think we have to be very, very careful what we're doing here. I'm find it slightly hard to see how officers didn't see what I'm seeing when I look at this case, well, I don't think there's anything, unless officers say that I've missed something in that. That's where my thinking is.
And I've got a question off the back of that, unless there's anything. So please feel free to respond to any of the points within that. But my specific question is on the lower ground floor, the fact that it is now coming out further than the existing bay window, as well as being extended widthways. But in terms of focusing on the amount coming out, is that right that that's now sitting proud of other extensions? And if it is, could the neighbour then, what stopped the neighbour then sitting proud of that, and et cetera? You get my point?
Yes, that's correct. It would be protruding beyond the building line in that particular terrace group. Officers took the view when considering the extensions within the wider road that it wouldn't be extending further past those lower ground floor rear extensions. But yes, that's correct. When you look at this particular terrace group, it would protrude a bit further. But the top part of the bay window would still be retained. It's just whether members would consider that to be harmful because you could see the lower ground floor rear extension from the communal gardens.
I suppose it sort of comes back to the previous point of what do you consider to be the relevant context, how wide do you go, and different opinions can be taken on that. Colleagues, any further questions? No. So in terms of the two main considerations as to how far the lower ground floor extends, and to my mind, probably going beyond what it is now and sitting proud of the other properties is too far, and the visibility and prominence of the dormer, which Councillor Mackover raised issues with, is there any conditions which could address those, or would at that point we be redesigning the scheme?
Yeah, I think you'd be redesigning the scheme. So I think they're two concerns. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's clear. In which case, unless there's any other questions, we'll proceed to a vote. So we'll do, I'll start with Councillor Idris. The recommendation is to grant. Are you in favour or against? Against. Councillor Mackover? Against. Councillor Oretti?
Chairman, I'm abstaining.
Abstention. Councillor Issay? For or against? Against. And I'm also against, so that's 4 against and 1 abstention. In terms of reasons, we've heard 2 reasons. The prominence and visibility of the dormer, given the context of the cluster, and again, the prominence and the size of the lower ground floor extension going beyond adjoining properties.
Yeah. And if other people think so, I think the fact that it's a view from a communal listed garden,
yeah,
rather than just a totally private view at the back of something, makes a difference to me as well. It's more visible.
With relevance to the dormer specifically, do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So would you be able to word that more eloquently than me?
Absolutely. It's clear the concerns from members this evening are the visual impact of the dormer with specific regard to views from the garden, and the appearance of the lower ground floor extension with specific regard to the gardens again. I would caution against including a reason on sense of enclosure or a loss of a particular view. I think they would be more difficult to defend at appeal, but bulk, sighting, and overall massing, I think that's a reasonable conclusion based on your discussions. Yes, Councillor Idris just asked about clusters and the groups of terraces, and I definitely think that's relevant and that's informed that conclusion, so should be captured within the minutes. I think that's clear. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Mackover, you happy?
I'm happy with everything that is being proposed as reasons. I do think there is a sense of enclosure. There's no measure of it, but the fact that there's nothing blocking the side views at the moment. But you know, if it's something that's better not put in, unless someone thinks there's a better way of expressing it. But we've heard from nearby occupants that they feel that, and given that there's nothing blocking the view at the moment, it seems of some relevance as a reason against as well.
Yeah, I suppose the recommendation comes from the fact that in a sort of substantial, the meaning of sense of enclosure in planning terms is slightly different to what we're driving at here. Is that what you're...
And I think it's relevant that this property looks out onto the gardens, and Sophia Lambert and her colleagues have explained to us on countless times how important that kind of view out from the back of these properties is. But it's in planning, we can't protect a view. So I absolutely agree there will be a change in the circumstance, but for a planning reason to include sense of enclosure, 1 metre is going to be really difficult to defend on that point. But I do think it's valid, and thank you.
Okay, can we, so we've heard the reasoning, can I have a proposer? Councillor Mackover and Councillor Idris to second that. So we now need to vote on that. So all those, just show of hands, all those in favour of that as a reason for refusal? Yep, that's unanimous in favour. So in which case, planning permission is refused based on that reason. And thank you very much for everyone who came to speak on that case. We now proceed to... And just once again, apologies to everyone for keeping you so late. It's a really packed agenda tonight with a lot of speakers. 16 Halsey Street.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. The application is for both planning permission and listed building consent for the retrospective installation of an air conditioning unit to the roof of 16 Halsey Street. Apologies. The application site is indicated here by the red line. It contains a residential property which is mid-terraced and located on the east side of Halsey Street. Here we have the existing elevation, as this is a retrospective application, where you can see the AC unit situated on the modern mansard roof adjacent to the chimney breast. These are photos of the air conditioning unit as it is currently situated. And this is the front elevation of the property from street level, and you can see that modern mansard there and the chimney breast. That concludes the presentation. The officer's report sets out the recommendation, and I would draw members' attention to the addendum papers, which includes additional commentary from neighbours in regards to the attenuation report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be joined by Stephen Baxter.
Yes, that's
this
me.
evening. Hello, good evening. Mr. Baxter, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Milner Street Area Residents Association, which covers 12 streets, including Halsey Street. The application includes a noise impact report, which is required to reassure the council that noise from the unit will not disturb neighbours and will fall within acceptable levels. A noise impact report must estimate the sound level from the unit as heard at the nearest neighbouring window and compare this with the prevailing minimum background noise at the site. The noise from the unit must then be 10 decibels less than the background noise level. This is from the Council's SPD on noise. Unfortunately, there are 3 major deficiencies in the noise impact report. First, the report does not even identify the nearest neighbouring window. This is central to the calculations. There is no drawing. The report simply says it is 7 metres away. A neighbour has estimated the actual distance to be 2 to 3 metres. That makes a significant difference to the result. The houses, by the way, are only 5 metres wide. Second, the claimed background noise level is significantly higher than that reported in 4 other noise surveys for nearby properties. Those surveys gave levels of 29 to 33 decibels. Here we are told it is 40 decibels. By the way, a 10 decibel difference represents double the noise level, so that is a big difference. This is not explained by the surprising suggestion in the planning officer's report that it is because Walton Street is located at the top of Halsey Street. Walton Street is not located at the top of Halsey Street, and no noise can be heard from it. Third, and most important, the calculation formula for the noise level at the window is just patently wrong. This is set out clearly in our rejection letter. We have sent in a supplementary letter corrected figures with varying assumptions on window distance and background noise level. These show that, depending on the assumptions chosen, the estimated noise will be 3 to 8 times louder than the council's limit, which is not within acceptable levels. We have still not had a satisfactory response to any of our points. Neither the Environmental Health Officer's nor the Planning Officer's reports even tries to answer them. Although a switch-off clause has been recommended as a standard condition, the noise report must also reassure the committee that the noise will be within acceptable levels and not breach this condition. In this case, the figures show the exact opposite. It is vital that noise impact assessments accompanying planning applications are properly scrutinised and any objections clearly and publicly assessed. These reports are essential to effective planning control. Objections and inaccuracies should not just be ignored, and applications with deficient reports should be refused. Otherwise, the whole process is meaningless. This application should be refused.
Thank you very much. And I'll be joined by Francois Ziadeh. Am I pronouncing that right? Sorry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The AC has been installed, last year in January 2022 during the refurbishment period by the contractor and confirmed by the client, the owner of the house. The reason why they installed the AC on the roof because the owner of the building has an health issue. He's kidney failure, and he requires certain cooling time during the summer and heat waves. So the AC is not turning on during the winter and other times. It's only is turning during the heat waves. So, and they have 3 kids, and they have also asthma, so they require cooling. That's why they have no other room to fit the AC unit except on the roof, on beside the chimney, and away from the street, about 3 meters. In terms of noise level, it has been assessed by a specialist company, is named Avel Consultant, as the objector, Mr. Stefan. I'm not a specialist, but it's showing clearly the level, the decibel level, is showing there. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Councillor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to the agent, Mr. Ziad. Can you not, so 2 questions. Is it not possible for that to be in the rear garden? Question 1. Question 2 is, in the photos we could see an existing unit. Is there already, is a retrospective, so you already had that? Okay, all right, good. Could you change that to the rear garden as you heard from the objectors, right? Thanks.
I can't confirm from now, but we can view it on site and see how we can run the copper pipes from the internal unit to the outdoor units, how we can run and to be also hidden within internal walls or somewhere. So I can confirm now, so we can assess and confirm. Thank you.
Would that be objectionable to the objector? Sorry.
Sorry, 1 second.
I just wanted to share with the Chairman that that's not the application before us this evening. So planning permission is sought for the retrospective. It would, to move it and change its position, is not something we can do this evening, unfortunately.
Yes, Councillor Idris.
Thank you, Chair. A question to the applicant, to the agent. Did you receive any complaints from the neighbours? About the noise?
As I heard, from our client or from our applicant, they complain about the unit, is exposed to the roof from the front neighbor, from upper level. In terms of noise, no, I didn't hear, any complaint
So
from
you didn't receive any complaints from neighbors?
No.
Okay, have you considered putting an acoustic enclosure?
Yeah, it can be. I don't know. It depends on the planning officer. Is accepted because I don't know. The volume will be exposed to the neighbors. It can be enclosure, can be covered. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just jump in quickly. Question for Mr. Baxter. Have you or any of your neighbours heard the noise from the aircon unit? Has that been an issue to date?
Well, I think it's been turned off quite a lot of the time because of what we've heard. I live too far away. I'm just representing the council, the residents association. The main point I'm making is just that this noise assessment report is useless, and we've made very good points on the 1st of August and not received any reply to them, and the process is just wrong.
And just to be clear, the complaints of the report are twofold, both that the background noise is of a lower level to what has been stated in the report, and also that the unit itself is noisier than what is stated.
No, I'm not saying. Well, it's basically the three things I've said. First of all, the nearest neighbouring window hasn't even been identified. Most noise applications have a little drawing showing where the neighbouring window is deemed to be, and a little measurement showing how far that is from the unit. That then goes into the formula to decide on distance attenuation, which basically is based on the logarithm of the distance. The second point is that the background noise level is suspiciously higher than other applications we've seen in the area. But the most important point that makes most difference is the calculation is completely unsupported. The calculation is completely wrong. I actually have a maths degree, and I understand what a logarithm is, in fact. And you do not take logarithms of decibel numbers, if you understand what I'm saying. And what they've taken, if you look at that formula, it says 20 log 61 minus 8 minus 3. There is no justification for that number. The logarithm seems to be taken of 61 decibels. Normally, the correct calculation is you take the decibel number, you subtract the logarithm of the distance ratio, and then add in the tonal thing. So the calculation is just a mathematical pig's breakfast, I'm afraid.
No, understood. Colleagues, any other questions on this? No, okay. Well, thank you both. Proceed to questions to officers. Councillor Mackover.
Yeah, this is quite important. These are very clearly set out both in the letter and in the objectors' comments we've just heard. Our officers, how do officers respond? First of all, to those criticisms of this report, and wouldn't it have been normal to respond to those before this meeting, given they were made on the 1st of August?
Thank you. In terms of the individual criticisms of the noise assessment report, that was sent to our environmental health colleague to review and address in light of the fact that professional calculations had been undertaken. The environmental health officer advised us that he felt contextually the noise, the background level identified was within what he would consider the reasonable context of that site and that location. Further, he advised us that we'd received no noise complaints since the installation of the air conditioning unit, and that he was completely satisfied that, subject to the condition that's imposed, that the application would be acceptable and that harm wouldn't be generated. The noise assessment, the noise impact assessment responses are designed to help guide officers, but ultimately it's the condition which controls those noises. So again, as with the previous application that we heard this evening, should that air conditioning unit become audible, then obviously we would be within the realms of being able to take enforcement action. In regards to the responses, yes, apologies, it has been a busy time. I think I had got back to a councillor which had CC'd in various residents, but certainly we do look to try and keep applicants informed, but it's difficult when I'm trying to disseminate information from an environmental health officer who's the professional in that regard, and not myself, and so we're sort of balancing several different professional opinions, but ultimately the condition will control the noise levels.
Just to follow up, thank you, follow up to that quickly. Did the environmental health officer make a comment on the other two specific elements of the complaint, namely the distance, the real distance not being taken into account, and the calculation method?
No, he didn't.
So in terms of the calculation method, no, he didn't give me a specific breakdown. He provided me a commentary around how he considered it to be acceptable and some general context on the area. He did say that the difference would not be perceptible at 3 a.m. on the warmest day of the year when the unit is operating on full load. And then in terms of the nearest neighbouring window, the assessment doesn't have a specific reference to the neighbouring window, but it does provide a plan at the end which is scaled. I think I can show you the front elevation again, which perhaps might provide members with some helpful imagery as
Which
to
is the window?
the location. So number 16 is located here. And then you can see number 15 adjacent, which has a central dormer to it. So that just to provide you some contextual imagery.
Councillor Isse, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is RBKC is not in favor for retrospective applications. Why these applications were allowed? Because it's already installed without permission.
So planning enforcement legislation requires us to make an assessment of any application that's put before us. So while obviously we would prefer applications to be made prior to works being undertaken, part of establishing whether there is an enforcement case is to allow the submission of a planning application. In this instance, that has occurred at the guidance of enforcement officers, and we are duty bound to consider those applications against our policy. So that's why it's before us this evening.
Councillor.
Are you confident that the information you have is correct, considering the person who went to check got the streets wrong and the method of calculation wrong?
So the reference to Walton Street is a reference within the officer's report as a basis of the environmental health officer's commentary and considering the wider context of the area. It certainly is located much to the north of the site, so apologies for confusion there, but ultimately that was the environmental health officer's consideration of the wider area. In terms of the calculation, as I've said, we've had the residents' associations well put together technical response put before our environmental health officer, who's obviously the expert in those matters, and he considers that still the unit could be run within acceptable levels, and indeed we've applied a condition that would control that as with the previous application before members this evening. Further to this, there have been no noise complaints to date to our noise and nuisance team with the running of the unit.
The applicant already mentioned that the unit hasn't been run might have been run recently, so maybe that's why you didn't get complaints. But according to the figures we were given by the objector, it's clearly a huge difference between what the unit produces and what is acceptable as healthy.
So in terms of the complaints, had been informed that the unit had been run, although obviously intermittently given weather conditions, so certainly that's a valid point. In terms of the calculations, once again, the noise assessment that's provided to us is to give us a guide, to give our environmental health officers a guide as to whether the unit can operate within the reasonable restrictions of the conditions that we're going to impose. So the condition is the important element here. If that unit runs and it is perceptible and causes disturbance, it must be switched off, and our enforcement officers would certainly visit the site and so would our environmental health officers through the noise and nuisance team to have it shut off.
Could I just say one thing?
No, I'm afraid we can't. Sorry. Useful though it may be, we procedurally can't. I'm sorry.
A switch-off condition is just
sorry.
It would require enforcement. We've been through the enforcement route.
Sir, please, sorry. We can't. Look, we can, colleagues. We can go back and forth on this. For a long time, I'm sure, but I'm getting the feeling that there is a dissatisfaction with the detail of the response to the objections raised by the objectors. So although I don't like to postpone cases, but I'm thinking maybe, because it is absolutely possible that this might be pass all the relevant noise tests, but I just think we're lacking some detail. Councillor Mackover.
Yeah, I mean, it's well, 2 points. It may be relevant. Why was the first application withdrawn? What was missing from that one that's been supplemented now? That's in 4.2. And to your point, while officers are looking at that, my concern about relying on enforcement at this point is that that would go back to the same environmental health officers who think this report, this noise report, is perfect. And my concern is that I've never come across in 10 years on committee a report which has been which has got this number of really important errors that are just not being addressed. So if it was a motion to unless we hear something about why the other application was withdrawn, if there was a case here to defer subject to a correct report being issued, then that's an alternative that I could see rather than just refusing it.
Firstly, on the first point of the withdrawal, do we know why that was withdrawn?
I'm afraid I don't. I don't think it was allocated to me. I think it may have been due to lack of information in terms of the site location, I think, but I'm really speculating at this point.
No, that's no problem. So I think what we're going towards is deferment with the suggestion that we want either a new report which addresses a new noise report that addresses the complaints, or a more detailed explanation from environmental health as to why the report is acceptable, with particular reference to the calculations, the background noise, and the distances.
But I'll go back to Councillor Mackover's point. I'm not comfortable actually taking this back to the same people who actually modelled up in the first place.
Well, that would be.
I think it needs to be refused. And I'll start
Is
all
it
over
possible
again.
that I just chip in there?
Yeah.
I think it's not an approved document. So you're kind of getting into the same discussions around like the CMS that we heard earlier, the noise report earlier. So this isn't an approved document that we stick to and enforce. It's supplementary information to inform the decision-making process. I absolutely agree you can have differences of opinion. There could possibly be factual errors, but our environmental health have assessed it and are confident, based on their knowledge of the borough, based on that information and the fact it is there. It has run, I don't know how many times, but we have no noise complaints. Deferring it, I think, is a better solution if we can get clarity around that. But I would caution you against refusing it when the unit is there and operating and we have no evidence of harm occurring. So I'll leave that with you.
I think that's very sound advice, and it would of course be up to the future committee once they have more information to determine whether it's acceptable or not. But I just think it's the lack of information at the moment. Councillor Reddy, I'm keen. We've got a lot to get through.
No, I'm just happy to defer the application.
You're happy to
yeah,
defer?
I'm quite happy,
okay.
yeah.
Do we need to take a vote on a deferral? Yes, okay. Who would like to propose the deferral? Councillor Retty. Second. I can second. I'll second that. So all those in favour of deferring the application? All those against? All those abstaining? So that's 3 in favour, 2 abstentions, and the case is deferred. And
Could I ask one procedural question, please?
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
When the revised noise report is produced, will we be allowed to comment on it?
Yes, it would go back out for consultation.
Out for consultation, thank you.
Yes.
And would be notified of that through the normal e-planning thing?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So it'd be as effectively as a revised application?
It would be on the basis of the new information for you to comment on,
So it'd be
yes.
effectively a revised application with another process of 3 weeks consultation?
Another 21 days on top,
thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you to both of you who came to speak on that case. We now proceed to 117 Old Church Street.
Thank you, Chair. The application at 117 Old Church Street relates to both planning permission and listed building consent. The development involves internal alterations, the provision of a basement to the rear of the property, solar panels to the roof and plant equipment, replacement and extension to the lower ground floor. Extension of the lower ground floor would have a requisite extension to the ground floor terrace, the provision of a single-storey outbuilding with basement for pool, the replacement of glazing, general repairs and alterations to the front vaults. The application site is located here in red, and as you can see it is located to the western side of Old Church Street, with the rear garden extending such that the boundaries of the rear properties of Mulberry Walk and Elm Park align with the rear garden. These are some aerial images of the property here. You can see the property marked with the red dot there, and you can see the London plane trees which sit within the garden behind. Mulberry Walk is located to the left-hand side of the screen and Elm Park Road to the right. This is an aerial imagery of the application site taken from the perspective of Mulberry Walk, which you can see to the bottom of your screen there. These are aerial views of the site taken from Elm Park Road. So again, you can see Mulberry Walk is at the top of your screen there, just behind those London plane trees, and Elm Park Walk towards the bottom. This just highlights the site, just so you can see it contextually in that group. This is a front elevation of the property, which you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, which is situated along the street scene of Old Church Street. And then we have a picture of the rear elevation. You can see the lower ground floor expressed there with the larger windows and the terrace above. These are some existing photos of the terrace, so you can see on the left-hand side of your screen here the steps down from the terrace and some of the rear exposure of those properties along Mulberry Walk. Then you can see a centralised photo of the terrace and then the terrace's general layout as it exists. This is the rear elevation as existing, and this is the rear elevation as proposed. You'll note there the steps on the right-hand side of the presentation and the extent of the basement, which also shows a section of the lower ground floor, which exists currently and is to be partly replaced. These are photographs of the terrace and the views towards Mulberry Walk. Again, you'll note the steps and the properties along Mulberry Walk and their relationship with the boundary. And these are some further views from the terrace towards Mulberry Walk. Here you can see views from neighbouring gardens, so this is looking towards the application site, which on the left-hand side you can see the house. The photo on the right does provide some indicative taped views of where the terrace extension would sit, although these obviously I can't confirm the dimensions of. These are views from the neighbouring gardens along Mulberry Walk. Again, you can see that the Mulberry Walk residents sit lower than the prevailing ground floor terrace. And then these are some views taken from the properties at Elm Park at Road, and then you can see that this is more towards the rear of the site, and you can see in the central photo the rear elevation of 117 Old Church Street. Sorry, this is an existing plan, so I would just draw members' attention to the extent of the garden and the terrace and the existing courtyard to the lower ground floor. So this is the proposed site plan. So this is the boundary, I don't know if you can see my cursor, between Mulberry Walk. This is the proposed outbuilding to the rear of the property, and this is the courtyard to the lower ground floor extension here. These are proposed floor plans, so we see the basement, we see the lower ground floor, and we see the ground floor plan. Again, these are proposed floor plans as we travel up the building, including the roof with the requisite solar panel and air conditioning units. Here we see a section of the basement here, and you can see it slightly changes in height due to the need to accommodate the 1 metre of subsoil. And then this is a section of the site as a whole. So you can see the outbuilding to the rear of the property here. And then these are some proposed elevations of the front and the rear of the property, including some sectional elevations of the lower ground floor. This is some imagery of the outbuilding as it's proposed, including a floor plan which would accommodate a pool. And then this is the tree plan, which illustrates that the 2 London plane trees would be retained. There are some trees to be lost across the site. These are category C trees, and a condition 9 is in place to secure replacement. This is just an image I will show on behalf of the objectors. I would draw members' attention to the addendum papers, which put forward a further round of commentary from the neighbours, including a proposed condition, and the officers' recommendations are set out in the committee papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So for the objectors, we're joined by Mr. Kerr and Councillor Taylor-Smith. You have, Mr. Kerr, you have 3 minutes. Councillor Taylor-Smith, you have 2 minutes. Who would like to speak first? Mr. Kerr.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Alan Kerr, and I speak for myself and my neighbours at 23, 25 and 27 Mulberry Walk on the application's southern boundary. We're all here tonight. We didn't want to object, but we feel that our concerns about overlooking and loss of privacy have not been addressed, and we hope to offer a solution. Our rear gardens lie 2.4 metres lower than the applicant's roof terrace. This is not clear from the application drawings. The officer's report states that the proposed terraced extension would sit largely on the same footprint and scale as the existing ones. This is not the case. It doubles the terrace length from 5 metres to 10 metres on our boundary and increases its size by 33% to nearly 900 square feet. The enlarged terrace would be more capable of hosting big social events, offering direct views down into our gardens and living rooms from a standing height of 4 metres. For number 23, it will bring the current terrace from 5 metres away right up to its boundary, offering new views into its garden and living room. Not only will this be overbearing, leading to a fundamental loss of privacy, it will create a feeling of intrusion, contrary to policy CL5. To mitigate overlooking and privacy loss, the application proposes a boundary planting scheme. Due to the sunken nature of our gardens and living rooms, this would cause a material loss of daylight, creating an overbearing sense of enclosure, making matters even worse. Any planting condition limiting height would be enforceable for just 5 years and so would not prevent this harm. Despite our concerns, we seek solutions. we proposed to your officer that a standalone planning condition to create a 1.4 metre buffer area along the terrace boundary to be free from planting would solve privacy issues by preventing people standing at its edge looking directly down into our gardens and nearby living rooms. It would also avoid the even more harmful effect that tall planting on this extended elevated terrace would have on a loss of light, so creating an unreasonable sense of enclosure. The amendment to condition 12 is silent on the 1.4 metre buffer and does not go far enough. Our modest request does not alter the applicant's other significant proposals, but would allow for a closer compliance with CL5. In conclusion, if the committee can support our planning condition securing a 1.4 metre buffer area free from planning, then we'd be happy for the application to be approved. But only then will it protect the amenity of our 3 homes and comply with policy CL5. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Taylor-Smith, up to 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't go into a lot of the detail that Mr. Kerr has gone through. So it's slightly curious speaking on this because we've seen other objections on this development, and what's being proposed is a significant quantum. Ordinarily, I'd be sitting here probably arguing about this as a development, but I think it's extremely refreshing that we have residents that really are, using the words of the officer, wanting to support this application and coming up with some positive suggestions in order to do so. And I think that should be applauded, and it's why I'm sitting here today. I mean, Mr. Kerr has outlined what is being proposed as a significant development which potentially would have a big impact on he and his neighbours, and he's offered a proper solution. I haven't seen the final wording of what is being proposed. The draft that I think I saw in the addendum mentions this 1.4 buffer. I have in front of me a copy of a letter which was addressed to Emma Gore from the advisor, coming up with a suggested wording, creating what is very important, which is this 1.4 metre buffer in order to protect. And so I would certainly wish the committee, on behalf of the residents, to consider the wording that they're proposing that would obviously cover that. But really, just to conclude, this is a very, very large development, and I'm supporting the residents who are taking a pragmatic view in terms of what conditions. I think that I would record a disappointment that the applicant hasn't chosen to sit with them and actually work this out, rather than us having to come here and sit here today. But thank you.
Thank you very much. And are we joined by Chris Pask and Anton Rupert, or Rupert? Yeah, Rupert. You have between you up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I think we'll choose to share the time. And thank you for all your time tonight. I, of course, would want to live with good neighborly relations with my neighbors. I feel like we have tried to be, we are being constructive. I would hope to continue to be constructive, our discussions, to find a mutual solution with that. I felt like the planning officer's pre-commencement conditions were satisfactory, and that we could work with those to go with an agreed upon solution that would make both parties happy. I do understand some of their concerns, and I feel like there is a good solution that can be met without having to necessarily enforce something that could possibly not, well, that could encroach on my level of enjoyment of that terrace. Well, I would like to, I think. Chris can probably go.
Thank you, Anton, and thank you, Chair, and the committee. There's an extensive and comprehensive application for listed building and planning permission before you, which I think is very well summarised by your officer's report, which allows the rehabilitation of a listed building which has suffered over recent decades, and we aim to create as a home for our applicant and his young family. We agree wholeheartedly with the report's recommendation. The applicant and myself have discussed directly with the neighbours the details of this particular issue, whilst viewing the issue from the neighbour's property. we also have hopefully arrived at the principle of a solution, if not the details. As your officer notes, the terrace does exist and the views can already be gained. The use of the terrace remains concurrent with the existing residential use as a single family home. The extension of the terrace would marginally increase the existing views. Those views would be similar to the existing, and the extent of those views would be within the acceptable levels. Notwithstanding this, the applicant is very much alive to the neighbourly issues and has repeatedly emphasised their willingness to give as much comfort as possible to their new neighbours. The officers have proposed an appropriate condition to manage this, which forms part of one of the 11 suggested pre-commencement conditions, which we believe are reasonable. Both at pre-app and application stage, we've worked collaboratively with your officers who have been unstinting in addressing issues raised. They've carefully assessed the decisive issues and concluded to recommend the grant of permission. However, we would suggest that the extensive conditions are sufficient to address all concerns, and ultimately it's for the borough's officers to be satisfied that they're met. We therefore respectfully request that you support your officer's recommendation. All that said, Chair, we're here to answer any questions we can, and I think we would like to emphasise the fact that the applicant and ourselves as a professional team would want to come up with a solution within the terms of the condition that would satisfy both the applicant and the neighbours.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the first question. So I just want to be completely clear. In terms of the 1.4 metre buffer zone, you're saying that you would prefer not to have that and you would prefer to stick with the planting. Is that what you're saying?
I think, Chair, it's a question of what planting, and it's quite hard for the planting to be constrained by condition. I don't think there's any particular objection to that extent of buffer zone. It's simply a question of the detail of how it's created in the context of the listed building.
Okay, so the principle of the 1.4 metre buffer zone you're not opposed to, but it's the detail you want to, you sort of reserve the right to have an opinion on the detail, sort of, is what you're saying?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Colleagues, Councillor Isse.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the applicant. There is an issue with this application because, you know, and it is a privacy issue, loss of trees, overlooking and noise of the swimming pool users, people coming and gathering together. My question is, how can you mitigate with these issues raised by objectors? Thank you.
Yes, I think firstly for the loss of trees, the trees that will be removed will be replaced, and there is a greater greenery through the garden, so that will actually be of net benefit on the aspect of the trees and the amount of greenery in the garden. I believe the next point was about the overlooking and the noise, and that, as you said, this will be a single family dwelling, but I understand, you know, that's, one can't provide too many assurities around that. We are happy to work with our neighbours to create that buffer zone, which is not currently there. So actually, I believe that would be of a benefit for certainly some of the neighbours who currently, there is already the height of that wall and the boundary there, but we're very happy to do that, which would be another planted zone, which would hopefully also engage, and we have no intention to create high planting there. And even when we discussed them, we said we'd be happy with any type of enforcement that could be done around that. Unfortunately, I don't think there is that. All we would like is just to be able to decide how that 1.5 buffer meter or 1.4 meter buffer is created and what it is done with, rather than losing control of, and also within the listed building aspect of it, that part of my property. Sorry, I hope that addressed your question.
Councillor McAvoy, were you asked?
Yes,
Go on then, Councillor
a
Idris.
question to the objector. It's very good of you to compromise on your suggestion at 1.4 metres. It still seems to me that there is a risk of overlooking and disruption from what's proposed, notwithstanding the 1.4. How did you? And not a long explanation, but how did you get comfortable with 1.4? Is there a sort of a physical relationship that would protect residents, rear of residents' properties? And second question is, are you impacted by the height of the pool pavilion? That's not a problem.
I can answer that in reverse order. The answer to the second question is not at all impacted by that. We are not, other people are. The 1.4 came from a line of sight. Basically, if someone is standing at our living room window and looking up, and if someone is located 1.4, standing up 1.4 metres from the boundary, we would only really see the top of their heads. So that we felt was a satisfactory distance. Obviously, you know, with the terrace more than doubling in size, it's more likely to be used in many respects. I have to say a couple of words with regard to my neighbour at number 23. Catherine Viali has a different set of criteria because brand new views are going to be created from her actual boundary wall, and that could be considered material directly into her living room. That's not entirely the case for us. We have more views into ours. The 1.4. Sorry, I think I've answered your question.
We can also see the diagram up there, which shows the line of sight. So. And that's what it refers to. Yes, Councillor Idris.
Thank you. The objector mentioned the resident on number 23, but there is also here a letter from the resident number 25, Mulberry Road Walk, and they are concerned that the party war will actually create and erases whoever is going to be on your terrace when they're sitting, so they will be somebody is going to be looking over them. So it seems like because of the way your land is, it seems like you're creating problems to all your neighbors in different ways. I don't know whether whether you consulted with them, whether because it seems that, I mean, these are the people you're going to live amongst and with, and if they feel overlooked and they feel encroached upon, I don't think it's going to work very well, would it? Thank you.
Do you have any comments on?
For an objective viewpoint of the existing situation, I might suggest that your officer just reappraises you of where the existing terrace is and its relationship to number 25. Essentially, that part of the terrace which is closest to number 25 it is in situ, and therefore a buffer zone would provide a betterment to any sense of overlooking. We have met with the neighbours at number 25 in conjunction with the neighbours at Mr. Carr as well, and viewed it not from their property but from Mr. Carr's property. So we're very alive to the issues, and to repeat, the terrace as it exists closest to number 25. And we'd certainly seek to, again, address their concerns. So on the other side, the extension of the terrace is towards a set of steps which then lead down into the garden. It's a much narrower, effectively a corridor, a wide corridor, but leading to the garden. The suggested buffer zone would run along the length of that terrace and would again diminish the usable area, which the intention is not to use it for anything other than its current purpose of sitting out in front of the existing sitting room on the existing terrace area. And again, your officers have suggested conditions which are deliberately set out to enable that to be finessed to the point where the detail can be agreed to satisfy, hopefully, both the neighbours and the applicant, and also the any heritage concerns.
Okay, I mean, the good news is it sounds like there is a solution in the offing, but we can work through the details of that with officers in a moment. I just had one question on the basement. Could you tell me, because it's not on the plans in front of us, as far as I can see, the depth of the basement on the main property, and whether the lower ground floor is being lowered at all as well, please?
The level of the lower ground floor is being maintained at its current level, and just bear with us. No, it's from there, from the ceiling. It's 4 meters in height at its highest point.
4 meters at its highest point. Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask Mr. Alan Kerr? Did you have something to say?
Well,
to add?
Yes, I mean, it concerns the buffer zone. You know, this is a compromise, and we have worked with our new neighbours to try and compromise on this. But it's critically important to us that, you know, in this enormous extension of an already massive terrace, the mitigation to us, to help our privacy, doesn't make matters worse. And that mitigation would be a high planting scheme. So we'd have an extraordinary sense of enclosure. I think it'd be totally unreasonable for that to happen. And the buffer zone, so in short, for us, the only acceptable condition for us would be to have that buffer zone, which is not capable of being used, but could not be planted on either. And the problem, I understand, is if it is planted on, even with a low planting scheme, that planting scheme cannot be enforced after 5 years. So you could have a very high planting scheme. And that's not a permanent solution for us. We're looking for a permanent solution to allow our neighbour to do their extension.
Can I just supplement the answer, if I may? I mean, I think the important thing on the planting, I think the suggestion really would be to have a seeding type of arrangement, so you didn't have to have large, tall trees on this buffer zone. And I think as a general comment, I mean, it's been suggested that this is a big concession, we're losing part of our terrace, but there is a 5-metre extension to that terrace. It is going to be substantially bigger. So even with that buffer zone of 1.4 metre, the applicant is still going to have a large amenity. Thank you.
Thank you. How does the applicant feel about this compromise?
Well, are there any other comments you'd like to add? Because I know we've discussed the buffer zone. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Just briefly that you know, I didn't object to the buffer zone or to the you know, which should actually make it probably, I'm not sure, smaller or the same size as it currently is. I have no problem with that buffer zone, and I was happy to. It was being told what I had to do in that buffer zone, and in the context with whether that worked with the historicalness of the house, in the context of the whole scheme, I was fine with the buffer zone. I'm not trying to increase the size of that. It is a walkway. I have never proposed putting up big trees. I want to design it in a way that that wouldn't be what it is used for, low planting that keeps people away to make everyone happy. I just don't want to be forced to put something which I don't particularly want, that has been designed by someone else, into that buffer zone. That was all that my feeling was about it in particular. Thank you.
Okay, that's understood. Thank you. And presumably to objectives, I mean, if it was a koi pond instead of a sedum roof, or that doesn't concern you. What concerns you is the high planting.
Is high planting right on the boundary? It would be devastating for us.
Understood. Understood. Well, we'll see what we can do with officers in a moment. Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you all. We move to the next section of the meeting, questions to officers. So straight to the point, I think. What condition can we give on that 1.4 metre boundary which addresses the objector's concerns around high planting, but also the applicant's concerns around having flexibility to design it to his own design?
Of course. So when the papers were originally published, condition 13, I agree, was slightly unclear in its wording. So the addendum set out slightly changed wording to condition 13, which would read details of mitigation measures along the terrace to the southern boundary. The details shall include elevations and sections of the selected mitigation strategy. The agreed measures shall be installed prior to the use of the terrace and maintained as such thereafter. That is no development, that's a pre-commencement condition. I know that the objectors, the neighbours, have sent in a different wording that they would feel more comfortable with, and that is worded to the effect of no development shall take place until a treatment plan has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The plan shall be consulted upon with the neighbours at Mulberry Walk and shall include a buffer area of a minimum of 1.4 metres set back along the entire southern boundary of the terrace. This area shall be separated from the remainder of the terrace by a hard boundary. No development or planting shall take place within the buffer area. And then they provide a reason in association with neighbouring amenity. So while I feel that condition contains some wording which isn't entirely compliant with the MPPG, it would be for members to consider whether they wish to impose that if they felt it was reasonable. In terms of the wording of condition 13, that again I just reiterated pre-commencement. So any mitigation measure along that southern boundary would have to be submitted to the local planning authority with requisite plans to be considered and then agreed. And that could be done in consultation with our heritage officer, although she has made some informal commentary around mitigation on that southern boundary, and there is a potential solution there, yes.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable, and I think officers will note I assume, though anyone say if different, the committee's view that mitigation scheme should certainly not include anything which would make a greater sense of create a greater sense of enclosure for neighbours. But I know the planting's already addressed by the proposed condition, but anything else which would create a greater sense of enclosure?
Yes, indeed. I mean, we're asking for those details to be submitted to us and then to be agreed. So certainly we'd be looking at whether there would be additional planting or what form that mitigation might take. I suppose it's for members to consider whether they wish to go ahead with the officer recommendation in the addendum report, condition 13, or whether they wish to adopt the conditions suggested by the neighbours, or indeed an amended version of it.
Sorry, just to be clear, the amended version, so the last version you read out, was that amended by the applicant? Was that amended by the neighbours?
So, as per the addendum papers, condition 13 has been amended, and that includes elaboration on point C of condition 13. That's the officer recommendation. The neighbours have submitted a different wording to that condition, which I read out to you.
Okay, I misunderstood. So that was the neighbours' amendment. So on the specific point of planting, so because if we the concern is if we go with the officer's recommendation, even if we say we don't want anything which would increase sense of enclosure. The concern is that if it allows planting over time and maybe with a new owner or whatever else, that could become tall trees. Is there anything we can do to mitigate or prevent that?
Apologies, probably lateness of the evening. So the condition as set out in the addendum papers isn't suggesting that there would be any type of soft landscaping. It's just saying those details need to be received. I think it's highly unlikely that trees would be positioned, because obviously there's a lower ground floor here, so there would be nowhere for those root systems to go. And certainly we'd be mindful of the neighbours' commentary around soft landscaping, as I'm sure the applicant would be. But we could put an informative on, which provides greater detailing to guide that condition. Fee, perhaps you want to...
Yeah, I'll just jump in there quickly. I think everyone kind of wants the same solution here. So I would suggest amending condition 13C to say details of a mitigation measures, including a 1.4 metre wide buffer zone, shall be submitted and approved in the same way we have. Within that, the applicant could then freely demonstrate what they may want to include in that, and they could include wording, notes, annotations on that plan that say, you know, no high planting, no high hedging, because, you know, Leylandi could grow some considerable height, which would be of concern to the neighbours. So it leaves it a bit more open for some more design that could, you know, benefit the listed building, benefit the neighbours, but isn't so prescriptive, because I would be worried about the suggested wording, because it says no vegetation. I mean, technically, the enforcement officer could go out and there'd be moss on there. I know I'm being really pedantic, but, you know, where do we draw the line in that kind of very general no vegetation? So having a detailed plan and a proper design for it, I think, is the best solution. It then is enforceable over time. So there would be, you know, a condition once approved, you have 10 years to enforce against. Or, you know, if there was evidence it had changed, the owner changed and they put something higher, you know, there would be an opportunity for us to enforce that. So that may be a compromise that achieves both.
That sounds completely sensible, but just on the one final point that objectors raised, if they said if planting, if you say no high planting, that's only enforceable for 5 or perhaps you said 10 years. Is that right?
Yeah, so a breach of condition is up to 10 years. So once it's, say we approve the details, it's done, we have 10 years to enforce if it's not done. I don't know, that it's not, nothing can be sort of in perpetuity. I mean, someone may apply to do something different on that terrace in 10 years, but you don't know what may happen. But yeah, 10 years for a breach of condition.
Okay, so we have, so in terms of what that means, sorry, just to get my head around it, 10 years for a breach of condition, that means there's up to 10 years to report it, or if it's not breached for 10 years, in the 11th year, it can be breached?
No, so as soon as it comes to light that there is a breach, we have sort of 10 years to find out about it and take action within it.
Okay, it's not that the condition no longer stands after 10 years.
I mean, it may well be that further discussion between neighbours and the applicant is they don't suggest any soft landscaping. They could have a koi pond, to use your example, but something else. And obviously our conditions are published online with the details, and I would hope that the applicant would let his neighbours know of the solution that he's come up with so they had an opportunity to comment.
Okay, so very last point, so just to be completely clear, it's if the condition was agreed and details were agreed, which was included no high planting, and that was breached in 15 years' time, there is no sunset on that condition. That's still a breach in 15 years.
It's the point at which we find out about it that we can evidence it was done. And there's other legislation as well about high hedges that I don't know if it would be relevant. It's a really difficult one. So I think it's probably, yeah.
The 10 years is not 10 years is you've got 10 years to report it, not
for us to take action.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. Sorry. So Councillor Isdra said, what if we said no planting?
It's within your gift to do so. We are not convinced it's necessary to make the development acceptable. So when you go back to the tests and the enforceability, there's a question mark. But if members think that is necessary to make the development acceptable, you can absolutely add that condition, the wording that is suggested.
Yeah, my only concern with that is I think that would be hard to defend to the inspector if you said no planting at all is acceptable, and that is a necessary condition. Yeah, I think I would expect that inspector would think some level of planting is acceptable, and to have no planting at all might be going too far. That would be my concern. But what does the committee think?
It's kind of quite late to design the details of the condition. I'm supportive of my colleague in trying to make sure that in year 11 someone doesn't decide to plant a whole bunch of leylandii, but there may be something. I don't know what the soil treatment is on this 1.4 metre thing, but if that is incapable of supporting significant growth, and therefore it would be a very basic surface level, that might mean that it might give more sort of long-term comfort to it. But as I say, I can't design it now. I'm too inexpert. He's in drafting to design the perfect thing. But ultimately, the best guarantee would seem to be what the objector has drafted as a suggested condition. But maybe there's a way in which officers can work on getting that comfortable. But I think we've got so far a way of dealing with the major overlooking problem. It'd be a shame to let it slip out of our hands just due to time.
Okay. Well, I mean, my view is that the condition recommended by Fiona Ray just now is sufficient, but we'll go with what the majority of the committee want, because we want to vote on something in the best state possible. So what's the view of others on the committee as to whether no planting is necessary to add to the condition or not? So I think Councillor Mackover and Councillor Idris both want it added.
Well, I'll say I think that there is what the officers say, that for the benefit of a listed building and a garden, for there to be an area with no planting is maybe a bit drastic. But I was just looking to find a way in which it could not support major growth, and therefore it would not end up being a problem in the future.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, one second.
I think I have sort of another idea. So details of mitigation measures along the terrace to the southern boundary, which includes a buffer zone, and supporting information to demonstrate it could not accommodate tall planting, something like that.
Yeah.
Because then the applicant can to demonstrate how deep the soil is. We can consult with our trees team.
Yeah.
And perhaps that's a solution.
That sounds acceptable to me. We happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that. Could we add any height measurement to that one? That could probably mitigate.
Okay, we're really getting in, I think too far now. For me, that addresses the heart of the matter, and we're talking about something that's unlikely to happen anyway. But
Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
I'm sure the applicant would take that in spirit, considering the neighbouring request.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to add that condition on. Thank you. Got to the bottom of that, and I think we've got something which is hopefully mutually acceptable. So, colleagues, are there any other comments questions before we proceed to the vote? No. Right. In which case, we've added the condition or amended the condition as just outlined by Fiona. The recommendation is to grant. Show of hands. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? That's 4 in favour and 1 against. So planning permission is granted, and thank you all very much for your time, and apologies for keeping you so late. We now proceed to 16 Chepstow Crescent.
Thank you, Chairman. This application relates to flats 5 and 6 of 16 Chepstow Crescent. Planning permission is sought for the amalgamation of flats 5 and 6. This slide shows the existing floor plan of flat 5, which is a one-bed unit measuring at 41.5 square metres. This slide shows the existing fourth floor plan, which is flat 6, and it's also a one-bed unit measuring at 47.5 square metres. The proposals would result in a 3-bed unit measuring at 89 square metres, and there are no external alterations proposed. The application is recommended for refusal as a legal agreement has not been completed, which would prevent further amalgamations from occurring. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. And are we joined by Ben Illingworth? Yes. Mr. Illingworth, you have up to 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I am the applicant and I've submitted the application before you. Natasha, my other half, who's actually gone home now, have been living in the borough since 2017 and have very much laid down roots. And we need a suitably sized home as our family grows. My understanding is that my application is acceptable in every respect, other than I'm unable to give you a legal agreement to prohibit the hypothetical future amalgamation of the property into another unit. I appreciate and agree with the concern amid a shortage of homes, but I'm simply trying to provide my family with a suitable home without having to vacate our current property. I'm not a property developer. Both my flat and the one I wish to amalgamate are mortgaged with different lenders, both of which are unwilling to sign a Section 106 agreement. I cannot deal with them and consolidate to one lender without having the grant of permission first, therefore finding myself between a rock and a hard place. Please do not take it as a refusal to cooperate, but I simply can't provide what's been asked for. I ask you to remember that I'm a resident here in Kensington and Chelsea, and this is a personal application for me and my family so that we can remain in our current home. Furthermore, I am not asking for any further amalgamation plans of any other further units in the building. As noted by a planning officer himself in a recent similar application, it would not be reasonable to insist upon a legal agreement to prevent something that could not lawfully occur without planning permission. Quite clearly, the Council have the absolute discretion to refuse any future planning applications. If the committee really feel that some further control is needed at this point, I would ask that instead of a refusal, a condition is placed on the permission instead. I would like to reiterate the following points as I close. Any future application for an amalgamation would be subject to a planning permission, during which the planners would see recent applications, as you have done so tonight, and rightly refuse the application. The proposed property would still only be 89 square metres, far less than the 170 limit allowed by the Council. Only one unit is lost, whilst a family dwelling is gained to the borough. Many other amalgamations have been granted in recent years without the requirement for a Section 106 agreement. My personal circumstances mean that I'm unable to complete the legal agreement that has been requested. Finally, compared with lots of other applications that we've heard this evening, no objection has been received in relation to this application. I'm happy to take any questions from the committee, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. As you say, there are no objectors on this case. So, colleagues, yes, Councillor Mack over.
I was just going to move straight to a comment and say the situation set out is completely reasonable. I would just want to grant this. I don't know whether we have to go through a lot more discussion about it, but it just seems a very, very fair approach that's been taken with no conditions attached.
Yep, I would agree. We're happy to proceed to a vote?
Absolutely.
Yep, okay. In which case...
sorry to push it. It'd just be helpful to have an understanding of the, just because obviously that's contrary to policy, so we just need the other material considerations that would justify it in this case.
So, yeah, I think the material considerations, and colleagues can add if they wish, is that it would add a family unit. It's broadly, it's in line with the spirit of the policy, but due to the applicant's very specific circumstances, the policy can't account for. He's not able to produce a...
That's really helpful. It's the specific site circumstances. Really helpful. Thank you.
Just want to clarify, the total amalgamation would give 89 square meters, is that correct?
Yeah, only, yeah.
Okay, right. It's even below.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right.
And I would just suggest one, the time limit and plans condition, the standard conditions we apply, if you're saying no conditions, but those two are kind of what we would always add. So it has to be done within 3 years and accord with the approved plans if that's the way it goes.
Agreed. Oh, that's the thing he can't do. Yeah. Okay, so we'll add those standard conditions. Okay, so in which case the recommendation in front of us is to refuse. So if you want to grant, you've got to be against the recommendation. So all those against the recommendation, all those in favour of the recommendation, and that's it. So 4 against and one for. So therefore, planning permission is granted. Yeah. Do we have to take a vote? Yeah. Okay. Could you just re-summarise? Thank you.
So someone needs to propose that planning permission should be granted subject to the standard time limit and plans conditions. Okay, brilliant. Councillor Makova proposes, Councillor Idris seconds, and then vote on that, please, Chairman.
All those in favour of that? Yeah, that's unanimous. And do we need to vote on anything else? No. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you.
Apologies, Chairman. We need to go back, unfortunately, to Old Church Street to vote on the listed building consent.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
just for the record, that the objectors were notified that this would happen and were given the opportunity to come back in the room, but given the discussions, we're happy to leave. So just the vote can go ahead, we believe.
So that was my fault for missing that one. So I don't think we need further discussion. It's just listed building consent. So recommendation, we've adding the same condition that we added before with the same proposed. Yeah.
Yes.
So the recommendation is to grant. All those in favour? All those against? So that's four in favour, 1 against, and listed building consent is granted. Right, we now move on to 33 Addison Avenue.
Yes. This one, the slides. 33 Addison Avenue. So the property's on the western side of Addison Avenue. It's currently subdivided into 2 residential properties, 1 existing 1-bedroom basement flat, and then the ground and the first floor of the property are used as separate 3-bedroom maisonette. Proposal is to amalgamate the 2 properties into a single house, and the resulting house would be 211 square metres, which is over the 170 square metres, which is the policy limit for amalgamations. Just going to show you some photographs of the existing lower ground floor flat, It does have a separate front door, access from the basement, and windows to the front and the rear. And then finally, I'll draw your attention to the addendum report. That corrects a reference in the report, paragraph 4.1, which refers to the upper floor flat being a 2-bedroom flat. It is actually a 3-bedroom flat. And it also sets out the applicant's reasons, considerations as to why they believe that the existing flat is unsuitable to be used as a self-contained flat. And I've just included that photograph there, which just shows the light, the conservatory, and the access to the garden from the existing flat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be joined by Emma Hart. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman and Councillors. 33 Addison Avenue has been in my family since 1962. The lower ground floor was separated some years ago, but I have continued to own the single freehold. This is a simple application to re-amalgamate the lower ground floor with the 2 floors above. The lower ground floor does not and could not practically be made to comply with current building regulations and policies. The ceiling height is not sufficient, there is no sound insulation, and there is a very poor level of natural light. It does not meet modern standards in these respects. The officer's report and recommendation focuses only on floor area. However, I believe this is only part of the picture. As a standalone unit, the basement is substandard accommodation. I ask the committee to consider that, on balance, allowing the return of the lower ground floor to become part of the existing house would represent a benefit by removing a substandard unit, and that this would overcome any policy objection to the re-amalgamation. There would be a further benefit in reunifying the house, as it would thus be returned to its original historic context and design as a family house. Addison Avenue is part of the Norland Conservation Area, and number 33 is the only one of the 40 paired semi-detached family houses which has been subdivided into 2 units. The Norland Conservation Society supports this planning application. For the past 6 years, the house has, in fact, been used as a single residential unit shared between me and my son. Thank you for considering this, and I hope that you will be able to approve the application.
Well, thank you very much, and we have no objectors, so we'll go straight to questions. I'll start. In terms of the sort of usability of the lower ground floor, which is key here, so am I right in saying, just looking at the diagrams, that the conservatory we saw the image of, that goes into a bedroom, but the reception room is only single aspect, and its only window is into that light well.
Yes.
So how would you describe the amount of light that comes into the main reception room in that?
You generally require the lights on even in the summer at midday.
Okay, so really quite a low level of light into
Yes.
the main reception room. Okay, that was my main question. Colleagues, Councillor Mackover?
I think what the applicant is asking for, with the support of Norland and restoring effectively, it's just extinguishing a permission previously asked for on the same house by the same people. It just seems like one of those sort of an understandable exception to the policy, but I'm sure we'll hear from officers their view as well. Yeah.
Any other questions on that? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We now move to questions to officers. Colleagues, any questions? Councillor Idris and then Councillor Oretti.
I'm assuming it's recommended for refusal because it's an amalgamation, predominantly, nothing else, yeah?
Yes, because it's an amalgamation which the resulting house would exceed the 170 square metre limit that is set within the policy. That's correct.
Okay. But even though the lower ground is not of practical use as it is?
Officers haven't taken the view that it's not a practical use. You will come to your own conclusions. I think the photographs are adequate to show the amount that light that comes into the flat, and we have taken the view that does appear to be adequate.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No, I mean it's I suppose for each individual member to make up their minds. I think my view is similar to Councillor Mackover, that it's although there is a good amount of light at the back, I think it's not really a quality usable dwelling. It's substandard, and the overall benefit of amalgamating it into one family home is worthwhile and good enough reason to make an exception to our general policy on amalgamation square footage limits. Yeah. So in which case we'll proceed to a vote. So like the last one, the recommendation is to refuse, and so therefore if you want to grant planning, you have to vote against. So the recommendation is to refuse. Can I see all those against? Okay, that's unanimous. So planning permission is granted. And do you need us to vote?
So you'd now vote on whether you want to grant planning permission, and we'd again recommend those two conditions, time limit and plans. A section 106 wouldn't be necessary for this one because it's already in breach of the policy, so we don't need to stop further amalgamation because it's over 170.
So with those standard conditions, we just vote on in favour of, all those in favour of granting planning permission. Okay, yeah, unanimous. And thank you very much for joining us, and sorry it's such a late night. We now move to our final case, 9 Phillimore Terrace.
Yes, I don't think, as we do not have any speakers for this case, the intention is not to make a presentation. I think everything is covered within the officer's report. All I need to do is just draw attention to the addendum report, which just explains that one of the objections has been withdrawn, so we now have 2 objections, and also it refers to some additional images that were sent in by the agent.
Okay, so we could actually, so we're now under the limit to refer it now that objection's been withdrawn. So we could return it to delegated powers.
If you wish to, yes, you could delegate it to officers to determine.
I think that would be in the spirit of the 3 objection limit, yeah. So we'll return that to officers to decide under delegated powers. Okay. Well, and we don't need to vote on that, do we? We do need to vote on it. Okay, we need to vote to refer that, to delegate it back to officers because it's under the 3 objection limit. So all those in favour of delegating that back to officers? Yeah. Because it was originally 3 objections, 1 has now been withdrawn, so it's now back to 2. So just take that again, just to be clear. All those in favour of delegating it back to officers? Yeah. Okay, that's unanimous, so that's delegated back. And that brings a conclusion to tonight's proceedings. Thank you all very much.